Welcome back, brothers, to Avalor. Tonight's story, Perturabo is facing a massive Tyranid invasion. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. You have been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Vol Secundus was already dead. It had not been granted the courtesy of knowing it. Its forge hives still burned with chemical dawns. Its plasma stacks still vented blue-white exhaust into the murdered sky. Its manufactorum arteries still dragged ammunition trains through tunnels slick with oil, coolant, and blood. Its machine temples still chanted in binary to a god of iron that had not answered them before the bombardment began, and would not answer them now. But the world was dead. The Iron Warriors had merely arrived to make the corpse useful. Ash covered the northern hemisphere in a continental shroud. It fell in slow black sheets through the atmosphere, thick enough to choke auger returns and turn the sun into a dim bruise behind the clouds. Macro shell trails scratched the heavens in burning lines, crossing and recrossing above the forge bastions like the work of a mad cartographer. Every few heartbeats, another orbital plate broke from the ring of defense stations and fell screaming through the sky, trailing fire, bodies, loose ammunition, and molten armor glass. The debris struck the surface with enough force to raise new mountains of slag. Where it landed in the manufactorum districts, streets became trenches, habstacks became crematoria, and whole cohorts of defenders vanished inside fountains of pulverized rockcrete and red steam. There were no innocents visible from orbit. Vol Secundus had never been a garden, never a shrine world of soft marble and fat pilgrims. It was a forge bastion, a clenched fist of industry in the Cadian Gate, built to make weapons, armor, engines, shells, and the menial dead who carried them. Its oceans had been boiled down over millennia to coolant seas and chemical reservoirs. Its mountain ranges had been cored out and replaced with plasma vaults. Its cities were not cities in any human sense, but stacked weapon factories wearing the skin of habitation. It had fed the Imperium guns for centuries. Now the guns had turned upon it. Across the equatorial siege belt, the Iron Warriors had anchored their war into the crust. Siege cohorts advanced by grid and pressure ratio, not by courage. Slave artillery lines stretched from horizon to horizon, thousands of naked, branded bodies hauling shells under the lash of overseers, whose armor was the color of old iron. Basilisk batteries fired in disciplined sequence, their barrels rising and falling like the limbs of a single mechanical beast. Medusa siege guns bellowed from cratered redoubts, throwing shells fat enough to split bunkers open and expose the men inside as brief pink smears before the blast heat took them. Vindicator squadrons ground forward beneath smoke screens, their demolisher cannons lowered like executioners' axes. Corrupted Ordinatus crawlers dragged themselves over the plains on cathedral-sized track units, each one chained to demon engines and screaming machine choirs, their primary weapons charging with the color of caged suns. Havoc kill teams occupied the bones of dead shrines and the upper galleries of shattered refineries, Lascannons and missile launchers locked into preordained fields of fire. Hellbrutes lumbered through the trench lines, sarcophagi hammering with the mad hatred of warriors who had forgotten their names but not their bitterness. Defilers crawled over slag heaps with insectile patience, battle cannons vomiting flame while their claws dragged wounded defenders into pieces. Forge fiends spat plasma into the ashmurk until whole sections of the Imperial line became boiling glass. Above them, helldrakes cut through flak storms on brass wings, their throats burning with demon fire as they hunted gunships, evacuation craft, and the last Imperial aircraft that still dared rise. Far behind the forward lines, macro rail artillery had been bolted directly into bedrock. Every firing cycle made the continent tremble. Every discharge punched another wound into the distant hive walls. This was not a charge. This was not fury. This was mathematics conducted with murder. The defenders of Vol Secundus were collapsing by increments, and every increment had already been measured. Skitari maniples clung to the broken gantries of Manufactorum Ascendant 12, red robes torn to strips by shrapnel and static discharge. Their radium carbines spat death in disciplined volleys, each shot leaving a faint green afterglow in the ash. Their legs moved with machine precision, even when their torsos were opened by bolt shells, even when their lungs filled with dust and blood. Some continued firing after their cranial housings had been split, bodies obeying the last noospheric command until a second impact erased them from the gantry in wet fragments. Cataphron servitors ground forward on ruined tracks beneath the banners of a dead forge cult. Their torsion cannons whined. Their plasma calivers burned holes through smoke and iron. Most had no minds left to fear with. They advanced while their flesh components cooked in failing life support cages, while their augmetic limbs sparked and dragged loops of intestine from open torsos. One took a demolisher shell squarely to its chassis and became a fan of meat, cable, and sacred machine oil spread across 30 meters of floor plating. The servitor behind it rolled over the remains without slowing. Cadian remnants died in the trench blocks below. They had no world left to return to, and now the borrowed world beneath their boots was being taken by the sons of the enemy they had been born to hate. Their laser guns were dull with ash, their rebreathers clogged. Their sergeants shouted orders through blood-filled vox grills, voices breaking into static whenever the Iron Warriors' scrap code storms passed overhead. Some fought with bayonets when the ammunition ran dry. Some used entrenching tools. Some died on their knees, not from surrender, but because there was nowhere left to stand. Void shield pylons failed one by one. Each collapse was marked by a low, harmonic groan that rolled across the battlefield, like the throat sound of a dying god. The shields shimmered, flickered, became translucent, then burst inward under the sustained pressure of Iron Warriors' bombardment. When a pylon died, every gun within range shifted target with inhuman coordination. Shells descended through the gap before the defenders could seal it. Bastions vanished. Towers folded. Men became shadows burned onto rockcrete walls before the walls themselves were gone. In command, Bastion Morn, Warsmith Kravek Morn, watched the world break. The Bastion had once been a processional square filled with Imperial Saint statues. Their marble bodies still stood in ranks, but the Iron Warriors had cut away their faces and replaced them with targeting lenses, Auspex arrays, vox horns, and brass-framed oculi. Angels of the False Emperor now stared across the siege lines through red glass eyes, feeding range data to the guns that murdered their own temples. Their stone hands still clutched swords and scrolls. Their lips had been chiseled away. Morn approved of that. He stood beneath their eyeless judgment in warplate scarred by centuries of siegecraft. His helm hung at his hip, its grill shaped like a brutal iron mouth. The left side of his face was augmetic from cheekbone to jaw, a lattice of black metal and pale flesh stapled together without artistry. Cables ran from his gorget into the command throne behind him, carrying tactical data, casualty streams, ammunition expenditure, and the screaming complaints of dying machine spirits. Around him, lesser warsmiths and iron captains tracked the battle on hololithic tables. Vol Secundus rotated above them in fractured red light, its hive districts marked in kill runes, its geothermal anchors circled in black, its plasma vaults tagged for preservation. A mortal officer in chains stumbled forward, blood pouring from one nostril, where an Iron Warrior's serf had torn out his loyalty brand. He wore the remnants of an Imperial command coat, its medals melted into black lumps. "My lord," the officer rasped, "the breach at Kappa is unstable. The defenders have collapsed the inner transept. We request permission to wait for the dust to clear before advancing the slave columns." Morn looked at him for several seconds. The command chamber continued to tremble around them. "Do not pray over the breach," Morn said. "Widen it." The officer swallowed. "By your will." "Not by my will, by necessity. Go." The man bowed too low, too quickly, and fled. Morn did not watch him leave. A shriek of Binharic agony rose from the far wall. Magos Dominus Halix 91 hung in the torture data engine like a saint crucified by circuitry. His body had been opened from throat to abdomen, and held apart by delicate hooks of black iron. His organic organs pulsed beneath a web of cables, each one pierced by needles that drank chemical secrets from his blood. His mechadendrites had been severed and nailed in a fan behind him. His cranial casing was split, exposing wet grey matter laced with gold wire. Around him, cogitator banks clicked and chattered as they pulled maps from his memory piece by piece. "Geothermal artery theta," said Warpsmith Arkle Drex, his voice buzzing through a vox mask shaped from the skull of a tech priest. "Designation confirmed. Plasma vault ingress hidden beneath the western litany stacks. Extracting depth codes." Halix's remaining eye focused with effort. It was a human eye, pale and red-rimmed amid the machine ruin of his face. "Incorrect," the Magos whispered. Drex leaned closer. "Your pain tolerance is no longer relevant. Your encryption has failed." "Not encryption." Halix's cracked lips moved in something close to amusement. "Classification. You are not traitors." One of the Iron Captains turned sharply. "Careful, corpse priest." Halix's eye rolled toward him. "Traitor implies deviation from a loyal route. You are failed siege algorithms. Obsolete hatred repeating itself until entropy grants mercy." The chamber went still. Several Iron Warriors reached for weapons. One took a step forward, the servos in his greaves whining. Morn raised a hand. The motion was small, but every warrior stopped. A low sound came from the distant strategium beyond the command bastion, transmitted through sealed armor glass and layered void screens. It might have been static. It might have been amusement. No one in the chamber mistook it for either. Perturabo had heard. The Lord of Iron was visible only as a silhouette in the strategium's highest vault, beyond veils of smoke, data light, and armored panes. He stood among rotating maps of the Cadian Gate, each star system rendered in cold illumination. Lines of conquest extended from world to world, forming the first projected geometry of the infinite citadel. Around the maps orbited corpse ledgers, ammunition calculations, slave depletion curves, void shield yield estimates, demon engine failure probabilities, and the projected load of worlds not yet conquered. He did not look toward Morn. He did not need to. His presence made the Iron Warriors afraid in a way no Imperial counterattack had ever managed. They were not cowards. They had endured the long war, the eye, the madness of demon worlds, the bitterness of defeat, and the contempt of their own kind. But Perturabo was the wall behind every wall, the equation by which their worth was measured. In his shadow, victory could become failure if achieved too slowly. Survival could become shame if too much had been spent. Loyalty was not praised, it was assumed, and the assumption was a blade at the throat. Morn turned back to Halix. "Continue extraction," he said. Drex bowed his horned head. "The Magos will empty. He will empty accurately." Outside, Hive Furnace Kappa died. The breach began as a wound in an adamantium gate large enough to admit a tank column. It ended as an absence. Vindicator squadrons rolled into position through smoke so thick their hulls were visible only by the glow of their optics and the red murder light of targeting runes. Their demolisher cannons fired together. The gate did not open. It ceased being a gate. A disk of adamantium punched inward, dragging hinge assemblies, murder holes, sanctified reinforcement ribs, and hundreds of defenders with it. The blast pressure followed. The inner hive had been overpressurized by ruptured heat exchangers and sealed panic bulkheads. When the gate failed, the hive exhaled. Men, skitari, servitors, and loose machinery were sucked into the breach as if the world itself had inhaled them through a cannon wound. Robed bodies struck the jagged edges and became red banners. Augmetic limbs spun through the air, still sparking, fingers twitching around weapons no longer attached to hands. Bone fragments rattled against Iron Warrior's armor like hail. A Cadian Vox operator flew screaming into the open, struck the glacis plate of a Vindicator, and burst across it in a wet fan of brains, teeth, and helmet shards. The tank did not slow. Its tread smeared him into the ash and pressed forward. Behind the Vindicators came the Iron Warriors. They advanced through the red mist in locked formations, bolters rising and firing with disciplined contempt. Their shells detonated inside the bodies of defenders trying to form a second line. Chests opened, heads vanished. A Skitarii Alpha raised a power sword and sent a command burst through the noosphere before a heavy bolter round struck his torso and spread his organs across the console behind him. A Cataphron Servitor fired once, vaporizing an Iron Warrior's pauldron and half his helm. The wounded legionary staggered, corrected his footing, and placed 3 bolt rounds into the servitor's exposed brainpan. The slave columns followed. They came in chains, thousands of them, carrying barricade plates, ammunition crates, promethium canisters, and corpse hooks. Overseers drove them through the breach while the air was still hot enough to blister skin. Those who fell were trampled. Those who screamed were struck. Those who caught fire were left to burn unless they endangered the ammunition. Morn watched through the saint statue's eyes. "Breach integrity," he said. "Expanding," answered an Iron Captain. "Inner resistance collapsing. Ammunition expenditure. Within tolerance. Slave loss. Irrelevant." Morn nodded once. Then the Imperials counterattacked. They came from the western smoke wall with everything they had preserved for a last refusal. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled forward in a ragged spearhead, their hulls scorched, their sponsons firing, their crews chanting prayers through Vox systems broken by static and fear. Chimera transports lurched behind them, disgorging Skitarii shock troops and Cadian remnants into the trench approaches. Cataphron servitors ground through the ash with their weapons overcharged, plasma coils glowing like small captive stars. Above them, the last operational defense lasers on the district spires dragged beams of white fury across the Iron Warriors' gun line. For a moment, it looked almost like courage. Morn allowed them through the first trench belt. The Iron Warriors' forward squads withdrew by prearranged measure, falling back without haste, leaving guns, corpses, and apparent confusion behind them. The Imperials took the bait, because desperation makes every opening look like providence. Their tanks crossed the first trench line. Skitarii flooded into the abandoned dugouts. Cadians followed, coughing blood into their masks as they shouted the names of a dead world and a dying emperor. Morn waited. A lesser commander might have smiled. He did not. "Now," he said. The mine galleries beneath the first belt opened in a line of white fire. The earth rose. It did not explode in one place, but in a measured sequence across kilometers, each charge answering the last with perfect timing. The trench belt became a furnace mouth. Lehman Russ tanks lifted from the ground, tracks spinning uselessly, hulls rupturing from beneath as shaped charges punched through their bellies. Men became black silhouettes inside the flash, and then became nothing human. Skitarii cohorts vanished under slabs of rockcrete and streams of molten shrapnel. Cataphron servitors split open like butchered engines, their flesh components flung in steaming clumps across the burning trench floor. The counterattack dissolved into white flame and black meat. A Chimera transport landed upside down on a squad of Cadians who had survived the first blast. The vehicle's fuel cells ruptured. The soldiers beneath it were crushed, cooked, and pressed into the mud in the same instant. A tank commander crawled from his cupola with both legs missing, dragging a string of intestine behind him like a torn cable. He managed to raise a bolt pistol toward the Iron Warrior's line before a Havoc shot removed his arm, shoulder, and half his face. Still some came on. A Skitarii vanguard, robes burning and radium carbine fused to his hands, staggered through the smoke and fired until an Iron Warrior stepped from the ash and crushed his skull under a boot. The sound was brief, wet, and final. Morn turned from the display. "Western counterstroke neutralized," said the Iron Captain. "Do not dignify it," Morn replied. "It was a reflex." The hours that followed were not battle. They were clearance. Hive Furnace Kappa fell level by level. The Iron Warriors did not storm rooms if they could collapse them. They did not duel defenders if promethium could drown them. They did not preserve shrines unless the stone could bear weight. Machine chapels became ammunition depots. Sacristies became killing rooms. Reactor sanctums were sealed, vented, and reopened only when the bodies inside had stopped moving. By the 17th hour, the last Imperial resistance in the outer Forge bastion had been reduced to isolated vox bursts and pockets of men begging for artillery strikes on their own positions. Morn entered the high strategium with ash on his armor and blood drying in the joints of his gauntlets. He did not kneel. Iron warriors did not waste motion. He bowed his head only enough to acknowledge the danger before him. Perturabo stood with his back to him. The maps of the Cadian Gate moved around the Primarch like captive moons. Vol Secundus hung at their center, marked with fresh lines of conquest and structural claim. The infinite citadel shimmered in projection beyond it, not yet real, but already oppressive in its geometry. "My lord," Morn said, "the outer Forge bastion is broken. Full compliance within 17 hours. Perturabo did not turn. For several heartbeats, the only sound was the clicking of distant cogitators and the faint thunder of guns still firing into the dying hive. 9, Perturabo said. Morn went still. The word had not been spoken loudly. It did not need to be. Perturabo's silhouette shifted slightly as another casualty ledger unfolded in the air beside him. "You have wasted 8. Morn felt the rebuke like a shell impact behind the ribs. He had seen worlds burn. He had ordered millions to their deaths. He had endured sieges that lasted centuries in the eye. Yet under that voice, victory curdled into inadequacy. "Correction will be made," he said. "Yes," Perturabo answered. "It will." Then the astropaths began to scream. They were chained in the captured spire below the strategium, sealed inside an iron choir chamber that had once served the Forge Bastion's long-range communion rites. Their mouths had been stitched with copper wire. Their eyes had been covered with black lenses. Their skulls were haloed with pain engines and psychic conductors. The Iron Warriors had kept them alive to monitor warp conditions, to sense Imperial relief fleets, to watch for demonic instability around the Cadian Gate. Their screams came through every Vox channel at once. Not words, not warning, just raw human terror, amplified until lumen globes burst and mortal serfs dropped dead with blood running from their ears. The strategium displays flickered. One by one, Vox channels died. The siege net collapsed into static. Noospheric overlays turned blind. Warp auguries that had burned with the bruised colors of the eye suddenly flattened into a dead, cold silence. Demon engines across the outer lines howled, not in rage, but in pain. Bound spirits battered against their iron cages. Sorcerer thralls vomited black bile and clawed at their own throats. Navigational runes curdled. Auspex sweeps returned impossible absence. Morn looked up at the orbital display. For the first time since the siege began, he felt the old instinct that came before calculation. Not fear, recognition that a new equation had entered the field. Above Vol Secundus, beyond the burning orbital plates and the falling ruins of Imperial defense stations, the stars were disappearing, not blinking out, being covered. A moving blackness spread across the void, vast and silent, swallowing constellations behind a veil of living ships and spore shadow. The outer moons vanished. The wreckage fields vanished. Sensor ghosts multiplied and died. Something immense turned its attention upon the Forge world, and the warp itself seemed to flinch away from its hunger. Perturabo finally turned. The red light of Vol Secundus burned across his armor. The maps of the infinite citadel revolved around him, waiting for command. Morn heard the astropaths screaming below. He heard guns falling silent across the world. He heard the void go blind. Perturabo looked upon the devouring dark and said nothing at all. The first wound was not in the flesh of the world. It was in the silence between thoughts. It fell across Vol Secundus without flame, without shell scream, without the concussion of macro ordnance. One moment the war zone was a cathedral of violence, every trench and spire and burning manufactorum linked by vox chatter, machine cant, demonic shrieking, augur pulse, command rune, and the slow, murderous arithmetic of Iron Warrior's siegecraft. The next, the warp recoiled as if something vast had pressed a lightless hand against its throat. The astropaths chained in the captured spire screamed until their copper-stitched mouths tore open. Their voices did not form warnings. They became wet animal noise, amplified through iron speakers until mortal serfs collapsed with blood leaking from their ears and eyes. Several died standing, their bodies held upright by restraint collars, while their brains cooked inside their skulls. In orbit, aboard the grand cruiser Malice of Calculation, the navigators bled behind their third-eye veils. They were degenerate things in the service of traitors, bred from stolen houses, bought, broken, or grown in lightless gene vaults, but they were still navigators. They knew the tides of the immaterium, as lesser men knew wind on skin. When the shadow reached them, they convulsed in their thrones and clawed at their own faces. One tore the golden visor from his brow and burst apart in a spray of blood and vitreous fluid, his warp eye boiling as if a black sun had risen inside it. Another whispered for the Emperor before an Iron Warrior's overseer put a bolt round through his skull for the offense. The demon engines felt it next. Across the siege belt, defilers bucked against their restraining chains, their bladed limbs tearing trenches open and pulping slaves beneath them. Forge fiends vomited plasma into empty air, their furnace throats screaming in voices that were not entirely mechanical. A mauler fiend drove its fists through the rockcrete floor of its holding pen and tried to bury itself, as if iron and stone could hide it from the immense psychic absence bearing down from the void. Bound Neverborn recoiled inside their cages of brass, bone, and machine lore. They did not recoil as mortals understood fear. They had no true flesh to preserve, no simple life to cling to. They recoiled because the warp around them had been smothered, their laughter cut short, their bargains curdled, their hatred found no echo. Something cold, alien, and impossibly vast pressed against the Empyrean, not with demonic hunger, not with malice, not with the screaming excess of the gods, but with a silence so complete it felt like extinction given pressure. In Command Bastion Morn, warning runes died across the hololithic tables. Warsmith Kravik Morn watched the orbital sphere dissolve into static. The severed saint statues around him clicked and refocused, their targeting lenses searching the ash-choked sky. Half returned corrupted data, the rest returned nothing. "Imperial witchcraft," said Iron Captain Drowl, his voice thick through a helm grill shaped like a furnace mouth. "A last astropathic curse." "No," said Warpsmith Arkle Drex. Drex stood beside the opened body of Magos Dominus Halix 91, whose suspended remains twitched in the torture data engine. The Warpsmith's mechadendrites scraped through the air, tasting radiation, pressure shifts, scraps of noospheric decay, and the death throes of machine spirits. "Cadian pylon resonance," another Iron Warrior said. "Aftershock from the gate. The corpse worshippers left enough dead relics in this region to poison a system." Drex turned his skull-masked face toward him. Green corpse light burned in the lenses. "There is no pylon harmony, no machine logic, no warp-packed resonance, no mortal origin." Morn looked at him. "Define it." Drex's voice lowered, becoming almost reverent despite the rasp of static in it. "It is hunger given weather." The chamber went still. Far above Vol Secundus, the stars vanished by degrees. The Leviathan splinter fleet emerged from the black, like a memory of all organic death. It did not translate from the warp, as ships of iron and void shield did. It was simply there, falling through the outer system in a vast, crawling, predatory migration. Bioships drifted between the shattered defense moons like continent-sized organs clothed in shell and tendon. Their hides were ridged with chitin mountains. Their undersides pulsed with translucent sacs full of lesser organisms. Feeder tendrils uncoiled in slow majesty and wrapped around dead orbital platforms, drawing them inward, cracking them, tasting metal, frozen crew, ammunition, and the holy oils of dead imperial machinery. Spore clouds thickened around the fleet until lance fire from the remaining defense hulks broke apart inside them, swallowed by drifting matter and living countermeasures. One dead moon still carried the burning remnants of an imperial weapons ring. A vast Tyranid vessel curled around it, bored through its armored crust with root-like feeding limbs, and began to drink the dead station into itself. Metal screamed, atmosphere vented, bodies, still armored, still frozen in postures of prayer or command, spun into the feeder mouths and disappeared. The Iron Warriors had fought Xenos before. They had broken orcs against prepared gun lines, crushed Craftworld raiders beneath saturation fire, hunted Necron tomb walkers through rad-blasted ruins, and flensed loyalist Astartes out of fortress monasteries stone by stone. But this was not a fleet in the sense the Fourth Legion understood fleets. It was a storm front of meat and will. It blotted stars. It ate wreckage. It carried its own atmosphere of spores, psychic silence, and digestion. Morn felt no awe. Awe was a defect. He felt the shape of a problem expanding faster than the command tables could redraw it. "Withdrawal solutions," Drol began. The air changed. No warning rune marked the moment. No herald announced him. Yet every warrior in the command bastion straightened as if hooks had been set into their spines. Perturabo's voice came through the Strategium Vox, low, iron calm, and stripped of anything as crude as surprise. "No withdrawal." Morn lowered his head. "By your will. Census." The word passed through the chamber like an execution order. Perturabo continued. "Biomass present on world. Biomass descending. Shell stockpiles by caliber and front. Void shield endurance by pylon and generator chain. Probability of synaptic command concentration. Number of mortal slaves fit for expendable obstruction. Number unfit for work, but fit for bait. Demon engine stability under present psychic pressure. Warp utility degradation. Report in full." No one asked why. No one asked whether the world could be held. The question had ceased to matter when Perturabo spoke. Morn turned from the dead orbital display. "You heard the Lord of Iron. Count everything. Men, shells, walls, blood, breath. I want the world reduced to ledgers before the first spore strikes dirt." "Already underway," Drex hissed. "The captured Magos contains reserve vault maps." Helix 91 stirred in his engine. His one remaining eye opened. The ruined tech priest had heard enough to understand doom approaching from above. "Great Devourer," he whispered, the words wet with blood. Drex inserted a probe into the exposed meat of his torso. "You will not pray to it either." "I do not pray." Halix's eye rolled toward Morn. "I classify. You are between hammer and furnace now. Failed algorithms." Morn ignored him. "Drive the remaining defenders toward the projected landing zones." Drowl turned. "Toward the Xenos descent?" "Yes." "They will attempt alliance?" "No. They will attempt survival." Morn watched the tactical runes adjust across the hive districts. "That makes them predictable." The order went out. Across Vol Secundus, surviving Imperial defenders were not offered terms. They were shelled, burned, stalked, and driven. Iron Warriors' artillery shifted from annihilation to pressure. Basilisk rounds fell behind Cadian trench blocks, forcing the remnants forward through razor wire and corpse water. Havoc teams cut off retreat corridors with heavy bolter fire. Slave hunters beat wounded men from bunkers with shock mauls and chain hooks. Skitari maniples received false noospheric signals, redirected by scrap code into exposed manufactorum avenues beneath the darkening sky. The Iron Warriors did not save them. They arranged them. Blood-warm bait. The Tyranids did not descend in one glorious wave. They came first as dust. Spores drifted from the upper atmosphere in pale curtains, so fine that they vanished into the ash storms. They settled on armor joints, exposed skin, gun barrels, corpse piles, open wounds, and the cracked lenses of dead machine spirits. Some were inert until touched by heat. Some burrowed. Some unfolded into thread-thin capillary organisms that drank blood from the mud and carried it downward through the soil. Others released microscopic digestion things that began breaking down the dead before the dead had cooled. Mycetic seed clouds followed, bruised sacks falling through flak bursts and shell trails. Many were destroyed by macro fire. Many more burst before impact, spreading chitinous larvae and acidic rain across kilometers of ruin. Imperial survivors looked up and saw the sky itself begin to rot. Then came the predators. They did not announce themselves. They did not roar. They did not come with banners or vox threats, or the crude spectacle of demonic assault. In the corpse-choked outer trenches, something moved beneath layers of dead Cadians and torn Skitarii robes. A sentry slave saw a talon slide from under a body and had time to inhale before he was pulled apart. Von Ryan's lepers unfolded from the slaughter, all bladed limbs and wet chitin, moving with dreadful springing speed through trench smoke. Lictor-like shapes passed through hanging chains and broken lumen lines, their feeder tendrils tasting fear chemistry and blood heat. The Iron Warriors did not know the invasion had begun until men started vanishing behind them. One ammunition trench went silent. When a Havoc sergeant investigated, he found helmets, hands, and spinal columns arranged by accident rather than ritual. The bodies were gone. Something had eaten efficiently. "Contact rearward," he voxed. His squad turned their heavy bolters inward. The first leaper came over the trench lip in a blur. A storm of bolts tore away half its thorax, but momentum carried it into a legionary and drove scything talons through his breastplate. The Iron Warrior hammered his combat blade into its skull as he fell. Two more landed behind him. Autocannon fire cut one apart. The other dragged a mortal loader into the dark and left only his legs kicking in the mud. Then the manufactorum districts erupted. Termagants poured through shattered loading bays, conveyor tunnels, furnace aisles, and corpse-filled streets. They moved in packs without disorder. Their flesh borers clutched to their bodies like living organs. Hormagaunts bounded over them, talons raised, their bodies lean and starved and endless. They did not scream in rage. The sound they made was worse, a dry, rasping multitude of claws, hooves, wet throats, and chitin scraping metal. The trapped Imperials fired first. Lasfire stitched red lines through the smoke. Radium carbines spat green death. A Cadian sergeant bellowed for ranks to hold and was buried under gaunts before the order finished leaving his mouth. A flesh borer struck him beneath the jaw. The living ammunition chewed upward through soft tissue, worrying through tongue, palate, and brain. His helmet filled with blood and grey pulp. He died clawing at his own face, boots drumming against the rockcrete. Skitarii shock troops fought with machine discipline until the termagants found the seams of their armor. Flesh borers burrowed through exposed cables, under robes, into rebreather hoses. Men and cyborgs alike fell thrashing as living rounds ate nerves from the inside. A Cataphron servitor fired its plasma culverin point blank into a brood of hormagaunts, vaporizing dozens, before three more climbed over its chassis and opened the human remains wired into its front. Its weapon continued firing for several seconds after the brain was gone. The Iron Warriors entered the kill zone from the flanks. Havoc squads set their boots in the ash and opened fire with heavy bolters, autocannons, missile launchers, and lascannons. Their lines did not bend. Their voices did not rise. Target runes passed from helm to helm. Fire lanes crossed over the heads of dying Imperials and through the swarms feeding on them. Bolt shells detonated inside termagant bodies, bursting them into stringy meat and chitin fragments. Autocannons hammered hormagaunts apart in rows. Missile warheads punched into knots of Xeno's flesh and threw limbs across manufactorum walls in greasy fans. The Tyranids came on. So did the fire. An Iron Warrior beside Morn's forward-picked feed laughed once, a sound like gravel in a grinder. "Bugs die," he said. "Everything dies." "Record expenditure," Morn replied. "Contempt is not ammunition." The legionary fell silent. In the first hour, the Iron Warriors treated the ground contact as infestation. In the second, they treated it as pressure. By the third, Perturabo had begun treating it as strategy. The Neuro-Tyrant touched the battlefield from orbit. No eye saw it. No Auspex named it with certainty. But every mind beneath the shadow felt the pressure sharpen. Mortal slaves dropped where they stood. Some with hearts burst from terror, others with minds emptied so completely they simply stopped breathing. Cultists bit through their tongues and drowned in their own blood while clawing devotional marks into their cheeks. Beastmen auxiliaries broke their chains and hurled themselves into gunfire to escape the sensation of being noticed by something without mercy or hatred. Lesser demons lost coherence. A pack of bound things unleashed to hold a furnace gate flickered like candle flame in a storm. Their blades became smoke. Their laughter became static. The Tyranids fell upon them, not caring that their prey was unreal. For a few moments the demons tore gaunts apart in sprays of ichor and warp light. Then the shadow pressed harder, and the Neverborn became weak enough to die like anything else. Perturabo watched the casualty streams from the high strategium. Mortal loss, irrelevant, slave loss, expected, ammunition expenditure, rising, demon engine stability, compromised, Imperial defenders displaced successfully into descent corridors, useful, Tyranid response pattern, coordinated, synaptic probability, confirmed. He studied the movement of the lesser organisms through ruined streets, across ash fields, beneath gun lines, around chemical fires. They were not animals in the sense fools use the word. Animals broke, animals scattered, animals followed hunger until fear overcame it. These things obeyed hunger beyond fear. That made them pure. That made them dangerous. Morn entered the strategium while the world below burned beneath two wars at once. His armor was splashed with Xeno's ichor already hardening in black-green scales across the iron. Behind him, Warpsmith Drex dragged a train of data cables connected to dead gaunts, twitching feeder organisms, and 3 living samples sealed inside stasis hooks. "My lord," Morn said, "the Xenos descent is increasing. Outer lines remain intact. Imperial remnants are functioning as obstruction. The phenomenon continues to degrade warp assets. I request designation of primary objective." Perturabo did not answer immediately. On the hololith, Vol Secundus rotated in red and black. Around it, the Leviathan splinter fleet thickened like a clot in the void. The projected geometry of the infinite citadel remained suspended beyond the planet, unfinished and waiting. When Perturabo spoke, his voice was quiet enough that every warrior strained to hear it. Vol Secundus is no longer merely an anchor. Morn said nothing. Drex's mechadendrites stilled. Perturabo raised one taloned hand, and the world map fractured into layers. Hive districts, plasma vaults, geothermal arteries, trench belts, Tyranid landing zones, corpse density, spore spread, digestion progression, synaptic pressure, all became one design. "It will be a trap," Perturabo said. "A grinder, a furnace." The guns continued below, tireless and obscene. The Xenos will descend because hunger compels it. It will adapt because adaptation is its creed. It will spend flesh to test iron. It will spend monsters to test walls. It will spend its will to test mine. He looked down at the dying Forge world, and for the first time since the shadow had fallen, the warriors around him understood that Perturabo had not seen disaster. He had seen material. "Let the Devourer descend," said the Lord of Iron. "We will teach hunger the shape of a wall." The outer hives did not fall silent after conquest. Silence was waste. Silence belonged to grave worlds, to dead moons, to battlefields abandoned by the living and the hungry alike. Vol Secundus had not been abandoned. It had been taken by the Iron Warriors, and the sons of Perturabo did not leave useful ruin in peace. They made the ruin obey. Hab spires that had housed generations of Forge thralls were cut at their foundations by melter charges and collapsed across arterial causeways, their broken ribs forming barricades of rockcrete, plasteel, and crushed habitation cells. Entire districts leaned into one another like drunk giants, welded in place by Promethean wash and the crude labor of chained men. The Iron Warriors did not clear the bodies from the rubble. Corpses added mass, bones clogged gaps, wet flesh absorbed shrapnel, Everything had utility if one was willing to abandon sentiment. Underhives were flooded with promethium. The black fuel ran through sump tunnels, chapel drains, corpse processing ducts, and forgotten transit arteries, carrying dead rats, severed hands, devotional scraps, broken servo skulls, and slicks of human fat before settling in low places by the thousands of tons. Warpsmiths sealed the floodgates and marked ignition sequences in the noosphere. Any swarm that entered those depths would find only darkness, meat, and fire waiting beneath the earth. Maglev train lines were torn from their beds and welded into tank traps. Freight rails thicker than a man's torso were bent into hooked teeth, driven into choke streets, and electrified by captured generatorium stacks. Manufactorum districts were rigged with seismic charges, not merely in their foundations, but in the load-bearing walls, heat exchangers, furnace towers, and sacred machine halls. Whole city blocks became shaped charges, waiting for the correct mass of enemy flesh. The Iron Warriors had conquered the outer hives in blood. Now they were turning them into instruments. Warsmith Kravek Morn stood within the severed command nave of Hive Furnace Kappa and watched the work unfold through fractured pict feeds. The chamber had once held a shrine to the Omnissiah. Its altar was gone, replaced by a siege table of black iron and humming brass. Cherub servitors had been stripped of wings and nailed to the ceiling, their mouths opened into vox relays. Beneath them, maps of the outer hive glowed in layers of rust red, corpse white, and warning amber. Every street had a predicted yield. Every building had a collapse value. Every bridge, tunnel, tower, corpse mound, fuel reserve, and slave cohort existed as a number inside the war. Beyond the armored glass, mortal columns moved through the ash. The remaining Imperial population, those not already killed in the taking of the hive, had been driven from shelters, furnace chapels, manufactorum dormitories, and sealed panic vaults. There were forge men with metal lungs and hollow cheeks, penal laborers in orange rags and iron collars, mutant auxiliaries who had once been tolerated in the lower sump levels because their malformed strength had value in the lifting pits, failed cultists who had chosen the wrong gods, or chosen too slowly, or simply been found useful enough to live a little longer. Skitari remnants marched among them in broken files, their command protocols hacked, their augmetics sparking beneath torn red robes. Cadian survivors stumbled with them, some still clutching lasguns without charge packs, some dragging wounded comrades who would not survive the hour. They were not being protected. They were being arranged. Iron Warriors sergeants and mortal overseers drove the masses into long avenues marked by yellow lumen flares and hanging chains. Kill runes glowed above each corridor. Corpse density projections crawled along Morn's display. Heat signatures gathered in the streets like blood-filling veins. From above, the pattern looked almost elegant. Long lines of living bodies curved between manufactorum blocks, across broken plazas, under half-fallen archways, and toward the ash plains where the Tyranid spores were thickest. Biomass corridors. Morn disliked the term, not because of pity. Pity had died in him long before the Imperium learned to fear the eye. He disliked it because the word biomass belonged to the enemy. It conceded too much. Perturabo watched from the high strategium by remote feed. He was not visible in full, only the shadowed mass of him reflected in the command glass, surrounded by floating ledgers and the rotating geometry of Vol Secundus. His silence filled the chamber more completely than the noise of the siege. Morn allowed himself one question. "My lord, mortal obstruction will increase Xenos feeding if the corridors are overrun before ignition. We may be accelerating their harvest." A lesser commander would have dressed the doubt as a request for clarification. Morn did not. Perturabo despised cowardice in speech almost as much as failure in war. The answer came after several seconds. "The Tyranids will feed regardless." The words passed through the vox in a cold, depthless growl, stripped of anger and heavier for its absence. The only meaningful question is where their mouths will be when the guns fire. Morn lowered his head. Iron within. Iron without, came the reply, and the connection ended. The sky began to rain infection. Tyranid spores fell through the ash in pale threads and dark clots. They hissed on hot armor. They dissolved in promethium slicks. They clung to exposed flesh and crawled toward wounds with blind appetite. Men in the biomass corridors tried to brush them away and were beaten back into formation by overseers. Some screamed as the spores burrowed beneath their skin. Others simply stared upward, too empty to understand that the sky itself had begun to eat them. Across the ash plains beyond the hive, tyrannocytes split the clouds. They dropped like swollen organs from the blackened heavens, armored in chitin and wrapped in tendons that twitched in the upper wind. Iron Warriors' flak batteries opened fire. The sky flashed with bursts of shrapnel, autocannon streams and missile contrails. Many of the pods ruptured above the ground, spilling ichor, broken claws, and half-grown organisms across kilometers of ash. More survived. They hit the plains with wet thunder and burst open, peeling themselves like obscene fruit to disgorge broods of termagants, Tyranid warriors, and hulking gun beasts that shook slime from their limbs and immediately turned toward the forge hive. Gargoyles blackened the lower atmosphere. They came in sheets, winged bodies pouring beneath the clouds, blotting out the poisoned sun with membranes and fanged silhouettes. Helldrakes rose to meet them, their demon throats burning. Fire carved lanes through the swarm, reducing hundreds of winged xenos to falling scraps of chitin and greasy vapor. The gaps closed almost instantly. Then the living artillery arrived. Barbgaunts settled among the broken slag dunes, their parasitic bioweapons pulsing along their spines and shoulders. They braced their bodies in the ash and fired. Serrated chitin payloads shrieked through the air and burst above the Iron Warriors' forward trenches, scattering barbs that punched through armor seals, severed cables, and nailed slaves to gun carriages. One heavy bolter team vanished beneath a storm of living shards. When the smoke cleared, the legionaries were still upright, but their mortal loaders had become twitching red shapes, pinned to the ammunition crates. Morn watched the reports update. The enemy was laying suppressive fire. The first admission came from Iron Captain Varnak Threx at Redoubt Hex 88. Xenos artillery confirmed, Threx voxed. Range increasing, pattern crude, volume sufficient. Redoubt Hex 88 sat at the throat of a collapsed transit valley, where 3 manufacturum causeways and 2 corpse canals converged beneath the broken shell of a Titan loading gantry. Its bunkers were chained together with plasteel links as thick as tree trunks, each chain welded to anchor pylons and demonic ward plates. If one bunker fell, the others could drag its ruins into a secondary barricade. Nothing was wasted. Even failure had been given a function. Threx commanded from the central kill house, an ugly block of black iron and layered rockcrete. His helm lenses burned a steady red over a grille scarred by old melter damage. Around him, Iron Warriors manned overlapping fields of fire with the patience of executioners. Heavy bolters covered the corpse canal. Autocannons watched the slag approaches. Lescanon nests targeted the larger organisms moving through the smoke. Plasma culverins hummed behind blast shutters, their coils brightening in disciplined sequence. The first Tyranid wave came through the corpse canal. Termagants swarmed over the bodies of Imperial dead, washed there by drainage pumps and shell floods. Hormagaunts bounded along the canal walls, claws scraping wet stone. Behind them came warriors, tall and terrible, their bone swords held low, their synaptic presence drawing the lesser things into patterns too precise to be natural. Threx waited until the canal was full. "Fire!" The redoubt spoke. Heavy bolters tore the front ranks into pulp. Autocannons chopped the canal into segments of erupting meat. Lescanon beams punched through Tyranid warriors and kept going, boring white tunnels through the bodies behind them. Plasma washed over the largest knots, turning chitin into steam and organs into glowing paste. The canal became a blender of flesh, bone, ichor, and bolt detonation. Gaunts died in heaps so dense that their own corpses dammed the flow. The Iron Warriors did not cheer. They adjusted elevation. "Yield?" Threx asked. "High," answered his gun sergeant. "Expenditure acceptable. Continue." The second wave did not repeat the first. The Gaunts stopped rushing the corpse canal in mass. They spread into shell craters, drainage culverts, collapsed hab basements, broken heat ducts, and the gaps between the dead. Hormagaunts threw themselves into fire only where the guns were already engaged. Termagants crawled low beneath drifting smoke, their flesh borers raised. Warriors shifted behind cover, not preserving themselves from fear, but preserving synapse for purpose. Threx saw it and understood. "They learn by dying," he said. A shell burst against the kill house roof, showering the command pit in dust and sparks. Barbgaunt fire. The Xenos' artillery had found them. "Then we teach harder." In the ammunition tunnels beneath Redoubt, Hex 88, the Rippers came first. They poured through ventilation shafts no wider than a man's shoulders, slick bodies scraping metal, teeth clicking in the dark. The mortal serfs heard them before the alarm klaxons sounded. A loader carrying a crate of bolt belts turned toward the noise and had time to say one word before the swarm hit his legs. He fell beneath them, thrashing. They stripped him from the boots upward, eating through cloth, skin, muscle, and tendon with obscene speed. His hands hammered the floor. His screams lasted until the Rippers found his throat. More came through the ammunition drains. Servitors fired their built-in laslocks until the little beasts climbed over them and chewed into the exposed flesh, grafted between metal plates. A serf tried to seal a bulkhead and had his arm eaten to the elbow before the door closed. On the far side, the Rippers stripped his trapped limb to white bone in seconds, then pushed through the maintenance grill beneath him. By the time Threx received the tunnel alarm, 3 ammunition galleries were red and moving. "Seal lower galleries," he ordered. "Mortal loaders remain inside," said the gun sergeant. Threx turned his helm slightly. The sergeant corrected himself. "Sealing lower galleries." Blast doors dropped. Prometheum vents opened. The screams beneath the redoubt became a muffled pressure behind the floor. Then the ignition rune flashed, and the lower galleries burned. The guns above did not stop. Across the wider battlefield, the dead began to change sides. Not by rising, not by sorcery. Something worse. Tyranid feeder organisms gathered around corpse mounds, shell holes, and trench sumps. Digestion pools formed in craters, first as puddles of acidic slime, then as widening basins that hissed and steamed as bodies slid into them. Flesh loosened, armor straps dissolved, bones softened. The dead became fluid, and the fluid was drunk by thread, like capillary growths, pushing up through mud and ash. By the walls of Hive Furnace Kappa, a pile of Cadian dead began to pulse. Iron warriors marked it for flamer cleansing, but too late. Capillary towers broke through the corpse heap, pale and ribbed, glistening with stolen blood. They grew by visible degrees, rooted in meat, their upper vents opening like mouths to breathe spores into the air. The bodies beneath them collapsed inward as they were consumed. Helmets sank, hands disappeared, faces melted into the tower roots, expressions sliding away into nutrient slurry. The Tyranids were not merely killing the world. They were editing it. They were rewriting battlefield into body, ruin into stomach, corpse into weapon, trench into vein. Warpsmith Arkle Drex found beauty in the abomination and hated himself for the imprecision of the word. His laboratory had been established inside a gutted manufactorum chapel, where machine saints hung upside down from chains, and the floor was marked with circles of ash, blood, and scrap code. Living Tyranid organisms twitched inside stasis cages along the walls. Some were Gaunts, some were Rippers. One was a severed warrior torso, whose limbs had been cut away, and whose exposed nervous system had been pinned open with silver hooks. It still moved when the shadow deepened. Drex fed them corruption. Demon-tainted scrap went first. Pieces of broken defiler plating, brass teeth from a dead engine, iron flakes soaked in warp residue. Several organisms recoiled and died within minutes, their flesh blistering, their mouths vomiting black fluid. Others consumed the scrap and spasmed until chitin split and steaming organs slid from the wounds. Promethium waste came next. Industrial sludge from the forge sumps, radioactive coolant, alchemical residue, corpse starch thickened with machine oil. The lesser organisms died, adapted, or began metabolizing parts of the poison in ways Drex did not like. Then came slave corpses marked with minor demonic brands. The Rippers ate them. For a moment, their bodies swelled with malignant heat. Horn nubs pressed beneath their skin. One sprouted a wet eye where no eye belonged. Another burst apart, birthing smoke and maggots. A third convulsed, shed the corrupted tissue, and continued feeding as if correcting an error. Drex leaned closer. Not immunity, he whispered. Rejection, adaptation, selection. A caged termagant slammed its skull against the stasis field until its own face split. Its flesh borer writhed, trying to fire through the containment haze. Drex's mechadendrites clicked. Can the great Devourer be poisoned by the warp? He asked no one living. The severed warrior torso opened its jaws. No words came out, only a psychic pressure that made every mortal thrall in the chamber collapse to his knees. Drex felt the shadow press against the wards. He ordered the cages reinforced. For the first time, he ordered them reinforced twice. Between the biomass corridors and the Xenos descent zones, the trapped Imperials learned the truth by watching how each side killed. The Tyranids came for flesh. That was simple enough to understand, even through terror. They ate the dead, the wounded, the strong, the weak, the augmented, the pure, the mutant, the faithful, and the damned with the same relentless appetite. A man could hate that, a man could fear that, but there was no malice in it, no mockery, no triumph, only consumption. The Iron Warriors were worse in the way thinking things were worse. They did not want the Imperials dead immediately. They wanted them positioned, measured, frightened into movement, held in place until the Xenos committed. Acadian might be spared a bolter round because his warm body lured Gaunts into a mine lane. A Skitarii might live long enough to draw a warrior beneath a Lascanon nest. Penal laborers were chained into avenue blocks, not because the Iron Warriors lacked cruelty, but because cruelty had been arranged into geometry. The defenders were caught between hunger and arithmetic. Many broke. Some ran toward the Tyranids, screaming, and were reduced to meat before they crossed a dozen paces. Others ran toward the Iron Warriors and were shot back into the swarm. A few knelt and prayed to the Emperor, to the Omnissiah, to dead Cadia, to anything that might hear beneath the smothering shadow. Nothing answered. The guns answered. The mouths answered. The walls waited. By the end of the engagement at Redoubt Hex 88, the ground before Threx's bunkers was a twitching carpet of Tyranid remains. The corpse canal no longer flowed. It crawled. Dying Gaunts kicked amid severed limbs. Warrior bodies steamed where plasma had opened them. Rippers writhed in burning oil. The Iron Warriors still held, though their lower galleries were charred. 2 bunkers had been half buried by Barbgaunt fire, and the ammunition expenditure had exceeded original projection by an amount that made Threx's jaw clench. He voxed Morn. Redoubt holds. Enemy adaptation confirmed. Living artillery effective. Drainage infiltration significant. Morn received the report in Hive Furnace Kappa as new warning runes spread across the tactical sphere. Then the battlefield changed. A pressure rolled across Vol Secundus, invisible but absolute. It moved through the ash, through the trenches, through the burning underhives and the corpse corridors, through Iron Warriors' armor and slave skulls and the exposed nerves of tortured machines. It was not sound. It was command without language. Every lesser Tyranid turned. The Gaunts in the biomass corridors stopped feeding and lifted their heads. Rippers abandoned warm bodies. Gargoyle flocks banked away from the bait avenues. Barbgaunts adjusted their firing angles. Tyrannocytes, still splitting open on the ash plains, pulsed and redirected their broods. The swarm's motion, which had seemed vast and many-threaded, became one decision. They ignored the corridors. They ignored the easiest meat. They drove instead toward the geothermal vaults beneath the main forge. In the high strategium, the rotating map of Vol Secundus redrew itself in an instant. The enemy advance lines converged beneath the heart of the world, toward the buried plasma routes and thermal arteries that made the forge bastion valuable. Perturabo watched the new pattern form. His eyes narrowed. The hive mind had found the true heart of Vol Secundus. The meat had stopped following the equation. Now it was solving one of its own. The first teeth came from below. Vol Secundus had been built downward as much as upward. Its hives rose into the ash-choked sky in towers of furnace stacks and weapon foundries, but beneath them lay older kingdoms of iron, coolant caverns, plasma regulation vaults, ammunition elevators, abandoned transit routes, corpse reclamation ducts, forgotten shrines to machine spirits that had gone mad in the dark, and the geothermal arteries that bled heat from the planet's bones. The Imperium had fortified the surface because men looked upward when they feared invasion. The Tyranids did not think like men. They went beneath the walls. The first Trigon breached under heat exchange Cathedral Vaughan, erupting through layers of rockcrete, adamantium mesh, and machine-blessed basalt in a storm of pulverized stone and severed cable. Its body uncoiled from the wound like a living siege drill, all chitin plates, crackling bioelectric spines, and talons long enough to gut a battle tank. The servitors stationed around the exchange turned toward it with the slow obedience of lobotomized things. They died before their weapon limbs rose. The Trigon's claws swept through them, cutting flesh, augmetic support braces, and sacred machinery into wet scrap, their oil mixed with blood and coolant, steaming across the floor. Raveners followed in its wake, pouring through the tunnel it had carved, serpentine bodies glistening with mineral slime. They moved too quickly for the mortal gunners guarding the lower strata. Men heard scraping. Men saw shadows. Then the floor became mouths and blades. A penal gun crew vanished beneath a knot of scaled bodies, their heavy stubber firing wild into the ceiling as they were dragged apart. A Skitarii ranger fired his radium carbine point-blank into the open jaws of a Ravener, and watched the creature's skull rupture before another came through his side, talons punching beneath his ribs and lifting him from the ground. His legs kicked twice. The Ravener shook him free in pieces. Elsewhere, Morlocks struck. They did not hold tunnels. They made wounds. They rose beneath ammunition hoists and plasma conduit junctions, exploding upward through the lower forge strata with such force that entire elevators dropped into the dark. One ammunition lift fell 9 levels, its chained shell racks tearing loose and detonating in sequence. The blast became a thunderclap beneath the hive, vomiting fire through vents and killing thousands of slaves who had never seen the enemy. Another Morlock breached beneath a Skitarii repair cohort and swallowed half the unit in the first surge, its jaws closing around red robes, steel limbs, and screaming machine cant. The survivors fired into its hide until the creature sank again, leaving only a pit rimmed with acid and the sound of men being eaten below the floor. The Tyranids did not waste strength battering every wall. They did not worship the breach as warriors did. They did not seek honor in the gate, or banners on the parapet, or the crude satisfaction of storming a bastion by its most visible wound. They went where heat moved. They went where ammunition rose. They went where plasma had to flow if the forge was to remain alive. The lower bastion became a throat full of teeth. The Iron Warriors answered, as they had always answered, with doctrine. Seismic augers hammered into the floor of command vaults, listening to the underworld through iron bones. Servitor drills were driven into breach tunnels, their lobotomized pilots fused into rotating engines that chewed through rock and chitin alike. Melter charges were placed by exact depth, not where the enemy had been sighted, but where the enemy would have to pass if it wanted the plasma routes. Rad-saturated choke tunnels were opened and sealed with remote valves, bathing whole burrows in invisible death. Blast doors older than the current hive masters dropped from ceiling grooves and crushed entire gaunt broods into paste, their talons still twitching beneath the adamantium lips as pressure warnings screamed and hydraulic pistons ground them flatter. The war became claustrophobic. It became mechanical. Above ground, artillery made war into weather. Below, killing was measured in meters, bulkheads, heat, signatures, and the seconds between the scrape in the wall and the claws through the floor. No sky existed in the underworks. No horizon. Only lumen strips flickering red through chemical fog, vox static murmuring in the teeth, pipes weeping boiling fluids, and the smell of acid, promethium, metal, and opened bodies. Warsmith Morn sent the grave anvil into the depths. They were terminators of the 4th Legion, veterans whose armor had endured sieges, whose names had been erased from imperial memory. Their plate was black iron trimmed in hazard yellow, every surface scarred, patched, and marked with oath notches. Chain fists hung from their gauntlets like industrial execution tools. Combi bolters were mag-locked to their wrists. Heavy flamers hissed beneath weapon housings daubed with kill tallies and old curses. Their leader, Barax the Sundered, wore a helm split by a vertical scar from crown to grill. The wound had never been repaired. It had been reinforced. They descended through ammunition spine Gethsemane in an elevator cage meant for macro shells. Around them, dead Skitari hung from cable bundles, their red robes stiff with dried black blood. Acid slime crawled down the walls in shining threads. Something moved in the dark below. "Contact," said one of the Terminators. Barax turned his helm fractionally. "How many?" The Auspex rune stuttered, multiplied, and drowned beneath motion. "Enough to make this worth recording." The elevator slammed into its lower lock. The doors opened. The tunnel beyond was alive. Fungal mats pulsed across the floor where stone should have been. Capillary roots had forced themselves into cracks between armored plates, drinking heat, oil, blood, and nutrient slurry from the underhive waistlines. Broken Skitari bodies lay half-absorbed into the growth, their augmetic limbs jutting from the living carpet, while feeder tendrils worked through exposed muscles. One corpse still clicked in Binharik, its ruined throat repeating a maintenance prayer as the Tyranid growth digested its lungs. The grave anvil advanced. Heavy flamers washed the tunnel in white heat. The fungal mat shriveled, split, and screamed without voice, venting spores that burst against Terminator armor in corrosive puffs. Combi bolters fired in controlled pairs. Bolt shells detonated among the first gaunts that came over the ceiling, bursting bodies against the walls in sprays of ichor and chitin. A Ravener lunged from a side duct and struck Brother Kordax hard enough to drive him into a pipe stack. Kordax answered by clamping his chain fist around the creature's neck and revving the teeth. The blade chewed downward. The Ravener lashed, spraying acid from its opened throat. Kordax held until its head came away in a plume of gore. "Seal leak," Barax ordered. Another Terminator turned his flamer on the acid streaming across Kordax's breastplate. The heat hardened the slime into black crust. Kordax stepped forward again without comment. Then the warriors came. They emerged behind the lesser organisms with terrible purpose, taller than men, taller than Astartes outside Terminator plate, their skulls crowned in blade ridges, their limbs bearing bone zords slick with venom and alien nerve fluid. The gaunts around them changed the moment they arrived. What had been a flood became a formation. Hormogaunts stopped dying against the center and began striking at joints, sightlines, flamer arcs. Termagants used broken machinery as cover. Raveners coiled around the ceiling and waited for firing gaps. Synapse tightened the swarm into a weapon. Barax saw it. Command beasts. Priority? All of them. The grave anvil fired as one. Lascutter beams from an attached servitor team struck the first warrior through the abdomen and kept burning until it folded backward. A chain fist split the second from shoulder to hip. The third reached the line. Its bone zord bit into Brother Amnon's knee joint, venom hissing through seals. Amnon struck it with his power maul hard enough to cave in the left side of its skull. The creature did not die until Barax put a bolt shell through its cranial cavity and splashed its synaptic matter across the tunnel wall. Behind them, the support personnel began dying. Warpsmith Drex had entered the underworks with a column of servo thralls, ammunition carriers, augur adepts, and bound machine scribes. He wanted living samples from the tunneling, swarms. He wanted acid composition, synaptic residue, chitin stress response, and proof of how quickly Tyranid organisms changed under exposure to rad saturation and demon taint. His retinue moved through a secondary conduit behind the grave anvil, their instruments clicking, their flesh already blistering beneath the poor air. The lictor had been waiting above them for almost 7 minutes. It did not roar. It did not posture. It hung among cable racks and heat lines, its flesh shifting with the colors of rust, shadow, and old blood. Its feeder tendrils tasted the chemical language of the column below: fear, fatigue, machine oil, warp residue, Drex. The first mortal died without sound. A talon descended through his skull and withdrew with the brain still hooked to the blade. The body remained standing for a moment, hands clasped around a data slate, before folding softly to the floor. The second lost his spine. The lictor peeled it out through his back in one smooth motion and vanished into the cabling before the corpse hit the ground. Then the tunnel became slaughter. Support thralls turned their lamps upward and found nothing. Something cut through them from behind. A servo scribe was lifted into the darkness, legs cycling uselessly, then dropped in 2 halves. An augur adept screamed as feeder tendrils found his face and punched through both eyes, tasting the brain behind them. The lictor moved with exact economy, killing only what stood between it and the warpsmith. It left spinal columns hanging from cable racks. It left hands still twitching around instruments. It left bodies opened with surgical indifference. Alien cruelty was not cruelty. That was what made it obscene. It had no need to enjoy. Drex turned as the thing came for him. His mechadendrites struck first, 2 ending in saws, 1 in a melter cutter, 1 in a hypodermic spike loaded with corpse venom. The lictor bent around them. Its talon punched through Drex's outer shoulder guard and scraped sparks from the corrupted plate beneath. Feeder tendrils slapped against his helm grill, seeking seams, seeking skin, seeking the taste of command. Drex hissed a Binharic curse and opened the brass reliquary chained to his waist. Something inside laughed with a furnace's voice. The bound demon erupted into the tunnel as fire and brass hatred. It took the shape of a horned thing made of blades, smoke, and molten eyes. Its first swing cut the lictor away from Drex and smashed it through a rack of coolant pipes. Its second carved through a brood of gaunts arriving from the breach behind. Flame rolled outward, painting the tunnel in hellish light. The demon howled its name, a syllable that curdled blood and cracked lumen glass. For several seconds it was magnificent. Then the shadow pressed down. The demon's edges blurred, its fire sputtered blue, then black. Its laughter became a choking snarl. The brass of its limbs ran like wax. Tyranids poured over it, gaunts, rippers, raveners, all claw and tooth and indifferent hunger. The demon killed dozens, tearing them apart in sprays of ichor and burning meat, but each death came slower. Each blow landed with less reality behind it. The shadow smothered the warp around it until the Neverborn became a thing trapped too deeply in matter to flee. Chitin buried it. Psychic silence drowned its final curse. Drex staggered back, 1 mechadendrite severed, armor scored, helm lenses flickering. He watched the place where the demon had vanished beneath the swarm. Not banishment, he voxed, voice jagged with pain and interest. Suppression, material collapse under alien psychic pressure. Useful. High above, Perturabo received the report. He watched the demon's failure replay across a dozen feeds, slowed, magnified, dissected by calculation. He showed no irritation at the lost asset, no concern for Drex, no contempt for the demon's weakness beyond what had already been assumed. The shadow altered warp manifestation. It compressed unreality. It made Neverborn spend themselves like flawed ammunition. Every loss became data. "Deploy more," Perturabo ordered. Morn, standing below the strategium dais, looked up sharply. "My lord, demon engine cohesion is already degraded. Additional warp assets may fail faster in the lower strata. Yes, Morn understood then, and hated the perfection of it. Perturabo did not intend the demons to succeed. He intended them to die, in measured ways. By their deaths, the shadow would be mapped. The next breach came beneath Plasma Regulation Chamber Orpheon. The chamber was a cavern of brass pillars, adamantium control ribs, and heat sinks large enough to house cathedrals. Rivers of contained starfire pulsed behind armored glass. Skitarii remnants fought beside Iron Warriors there, because neither side could permit the plasma flow to rupture uncontrolled. The alliance was not declared. It existed only as simultaneous necessity. Red-robed machine soldiers fired into the same darkness as iron-plated traitors. Neither thanked the other. Neither expected to survive. The Tyranids came through the eastern wall in a cascade of stone and acid. Gaunts first, then warriors, then something larger. The screamer-killer Carnifex burst into the chamber through a storm of its own bioplasma, its massive body wreathed in blue-white glare. It struck the ground on all fours, then rose amid falling debris, its scream tearing across vox channels and flesh alike. The sound was not rage as men knew it. It was pressure, predatory signal, battlefield command reduced to a shriek that made mortal ears burst. Bioplasma vomited from its maw. The first wash struck a Skitarii phalanx and erased them as bodies. Red robes became flame. Augmetic limbs sagged, melted, and fused to the floor. Men inside their metal cages boiled before their armor failed. The second blast hit an Iron Warriors squad crossing the chamber gantry. Ceramite blackened and ran. One legionary took the full force to the chest and remained standing for 3 seconds, arms spread, armor glowing from within, before his torso burst open and spilled burning organs across the walkway. Iron Captain Varnak Threx met it at the base of the plasma altar. He had come from Redoubt Hex 88 with a half squad and no patience for underworld failure. His armor bore fresh chitin scars. His left pauldron was gone, replaced with a crude plate welded in place by a field serf, now dead in a drainage tunnel. His chain fist revved as the Carnifex charged. "Hold line," he voxed. No one answered. They were already doing it. The Carnifex hit with the force of a siege ram. It crushed Brother Oltan beneath one foot, turning Terminator plate and the warrior inside into a flattened ruin that sprayed blood through ruptured seals. It swung a talon and opened another Iron Warrior from hip to throat, spilling fused organs and black carapace beneath the armor. Threx ducked under the backswing, stepped inside the beast's reach, and drove his chain fist into the meat beneath its throat. The weapon screamed, teeth bit, chitin split. Acid blood poured over Threx's arm and chest in a hissing sheet. Warning runes flashed across his vision as armor seals failed and flesh beneath began to cook. He pushed deeper. The Carnifex shrieked, seized him in both claws, and slammed him through a brass control pillar. The chamber shook. Plasma readings spiked. Half his squad died in the next breath, cut down by gaunts and bioplasma as they tried to keep the beast from the regulator core. Threx did not release the chain fist. He dragged it sideways. The Carnifex's throat sac came open in a flood of acid, steam, and half-formed plasma. Its next scream became a wet furnace roar. A Skitarii plasma culverin team fired into the wound. One gun overheated and killed its bearer in a burst of white light. The other beam struck true. The Screamer Killer staggered, still alive, still trying to reach the regulator core, until Threx planted both boots against its chest and tore his chain fist free through its lower jaw. The beast fell. It crushed 2 Skitarii beneath it and drowned another Iron Warrior in its blood. Threx stood over it, armor smoking, left arm barely moving, the flesh inside his plate blistered and peeling. Chamber contested, he voxed. Beast destroyed, squad strength halved, plasma integrity unstable. Morn heard the report while watching the underworks turn red across the map. Breaches multiplied, heat exchanges failed, ammunition elevators were locked down or lost, slave columns vanished beneath the floor. The lower hive was becoming a grinding mouth, and still Perturabo had not released the reserves. "My lord," Morn said carefully, the underworks can be reinforced. Grave Anvil remains operational. Threx holds Orpheon. If we commit the reserve Terminator cohorts and the remaining Hellbrutes, now we can stabilize the lower strata. Perturabo did not turn from the map. No. Morn's jaw tightened. The geothermal arteries are exposed. Partially. The Xenos are approaching full commitment. Not yet. Morn stared at the red indicators spreading beneath the main forge. Iron Warriors hated waste. The lower forge levels contained ammunition, slaves, captured machinery, plasma access routes, repair docks, data shrines, and warriors whose experience could not be replaced by dragging another corpse from the eye and bolting hatred into it. Every instinct of siege craft demanded reinforcement before the enemy reached critical depth. Then he saw it. The Tyranids were still entering. More tunnels opened. More organisms descended. More synapse creatures drove the swarm into the underworld. The hive mind had found what mattered, and it was committing itself to the prize. Perturabo was letting it, not from hesitation, from design. Morn understood that the Primarch was willing to lose entire forge levels, whole cohorts, thousands of slaves, captured Imperial assets, and veteran Iron Warriors to create the perfect counter-collapse. He was not defending the underworks. He was loading them. The order came when the lower hive map had become almost entirely red. "Seal upper transitions," Perturabo said. Morn closed his eyes for one breath. "By your will." Across Vol Secundus, blast doors dropped. Not the lesser doors used to crush gaunts in tunnels. These were the old partition gates of the Forge Bastion, continent-deep structural barriers built to isolate reactor disasters and tectonic failures. They fell through their channels with the groan of murdered mountains. Iron Warriors still below cursed and fought on. Skitari, trapped beside them, chanted binary prayers. Slaves beat bloody fists against sealing gates until Prometheum floods took them. Tyranids poured deeper, chasing heat, flesh, plasma, and the impossible gravity of purpose. Perturabo waited until the last projected synapse mass crossed the threshold. Then he gave the word. The underworks died in layers. Seismic charges detonated from the outer rings inward. The first explosions collapsed drainage kingdoms and ammunition routes, burying gaunts and slaves beneath avalanches of iron. The second ruptured Prometheum floods, turning whole tunnel networks into rivers of fire that chased air through screaming corridors. The third broke heat exchanges and redirected molten rockcrete through the lower manufactorum spines. It poured like grey lava, thick and bright, swallowing Tyranids, Imperials, serfs, servitors, and Iron Warriors' assets alike. Grave Anvil received the withdrawal rune too late. Barracks the Sundered looked at the closing map, then at the tunnels filling with Xenos' bodies. "Acceptable," he said. His squad formed a wall before the last lift shaft and fired until the picked feed died. In Plasma Regulation Chamber Orpheon, Varnak Threx watched molten rockcrete flood the eastern breach. The remaining Skitari tried to flee. He shot one who crossed his firing line, then turned his combi bolter back on the gaunts climbing over the dead Carnifex. "Threx," Morn voxed. "Withdraw if able." Threx looked down at his ruined arm, then at the red tide coming through the smoke. "Unable. Then die usefully." "Iron within," Threx said. The channel vanished under static. Millions died beneath the bastion. Tyranids by the uncounted mass. Slaves by the chained thousand. Imperial remnants who had never known whether they were prisoners or bait. Skitari still transmitting prayers into blind noospheres. Servitors who burned without understanding. Iron Warriors who fired until molten rockcrete closed over their helms and filled their armor through broken seals. The forge above shuddered, cracked, and held. Vol Secundus kept breathing. In the high strategium, the map of the lower strata turned black. Not red, not contested. Black, sealed, dead. Useful no longer, except as a tomb and foundation. Perturabo studied the results. Morn waited behind him, armor still, hands clenched at his sides. At last, the Lord of Iron spoke. "The geothermal vaults remain intact." "Yes, my lord." The enemy has learned. Morn looked at the blackened underworks on the hololith. That we will collapse the ground beneath ourselves. Perturabo's gaze remained on the world. That I will amputate my own fortress to preserve the heart. Below them, buried beneath molten rockcrete, something vast moved once in the dark before the pressure crushed it still. The Tyranids had found the teeth beneath the bastion. Now they knew the wall could bite itself. Ash fell like dirty snow over the opened wounds of Vol Secundus. It gathered on the rims of steaming sinkholes where the lower forge strata had been crushed into their own foundations. It drifted into trenches filled waist-deep with liquefied bodies where mortal slaves, Skitari, Cadian remnants, gaunts, rippers, and broken iron warriors' assets had been rendered down by heat, pressure, promethium, acid, and collapsing rockcrete. It settled on burned chitin and blackened armor. It coated severed limbs until they looked like relics dug from an older war, though most had still been moving when the first flakes touched them. The underworks were gone. Kilometers of tunnels beneath Hive Furnace Kappa had become a sealed grave of molten rockcrete and fused iron. Heat still rose from the ground in shimmering veils. Some of the sinkholes breathed. They exhaled vapor that stank of burned promethium, cooked meat, ruptured ammunition, and Tyranid ichor. In the deeper cracks, things twitched beneath the hardened crust. Claws scraped once or twice, then fell silent as pressure and heat finished what artillery had begun. The Iron Warriors recorded the detonation as a successful exchange ratio. The hive mind recorded it as information. Warsmith Kravek Morn stood on the upper parapet of Bastion Theta and watched the ash plains beyond the killing fields. The bastion had been part Imperial fortress, part manufactorum wall, part corpse dam. Now it was an Iron Warrior's redoubt, remade with hazard stripes, bolted armor plates, slave work gangs, and gun nests cut into the bones of its former sanctums. Its devotional arches had been sealed with black iron. Its statues had been turned outward, faces removed, mouths filled with targeting lenses. Below Morn, the trenches were still being drained by corpse pumps. The pumps choked often, their teeth clogged with ribs, rebreather hoses, Skitari cables, gaunt limbs, and scraps of ceramite. Servitors waded into the soup with hooks and saws, clearing the blockages until something beneath the red sludge dragged them under. When that happened, the overseers marked the place for promethium cleansing and sent more servitors. Morn received casualty tallies through his helm feed, each figure becoming a line in the greater ledger. Slave losses were immense. Imperial obstruction had been consumed ahead of projection. Ammunition expenditure exceeded initial tolerance. Iron Warriors' losses were severe in the lower strata, but acceptable by Perturabo's calculation. Tyranid biomass destroyed was vast. Tyranid learning was immeasurable. That last category offended him. He watched the enemy line through ash and heat haze. It had changed. The gaunts were no longer pouring themselves into the strongest artillery corridors. The corpse canals remained full of bodies, but fewer living organisms tried to cross them. The transit valleys still held open fire lanes, but the swarms bent around them even when the bending cost time. The hive mind had spent enough flesh to understand the wall. Now it sent tools. Venomthropes drifted forward in the smoke, obscene floating things wreathed in tendrils and swollen poison sacs. They moved through shell craters and corpse gullies, venting clouds of choking spores that rolled low across the battlefield. The spores swallowed distance. Gun lines vanished behind yellow-grey fog. Lascanon beams cut through it in brief, bright spears, but target locks degraded, Auspex returns blurred, and mortal gunners began coughing black strings into their masks. Biovores settled behind ridges of fallen rockcrete and pulsed. Their bodies convulsed as they seeded spore mines into the air. The floating mines drifted with hateful patience, round sacks of living explosive borne on gas bladders and twitching tendrils. Some floated toward trenches, some gathered beneath vox towers, some were deliberately allowed to wander into dead ground, building minefields where no Tyranid claws had yet trodden. Zoanthropes came like thoughts made cancerous. Their swollen craniums glowed with alien psychic force, and the air around them bent under pressure. They hovered above the ruin, surrounded by lesser organisms drawn to synapse like iron filings to a magnet. When they focused on the void shield pylons, the shields did not simply flicker from damage. They moaned, bulged inward, and bled light. Bound machine spirits shrieked through the noosphere as alien will pressed against the barriers. Then, the walking siege guns emerged. Tyranofexes lumbered across the ash wastes, heavy as battle tanks and infinitely more wrong. Their cannon organisms flexed and spat streams of corrosive death, rupture shells, and living payloads that hammered Bastion Theta's outer face. One shot struck a slave-packed parapet and dissolved the men where they stood, leaving their bones to collapse in smoking piles, while the armor plate behind them blistered like diseased skin. Morn clenched one iron gauntlet around the parapet rail until the metal warped. "Vermin," he said. The vox beside his ear clicked. Perturabo's voice entered without warning, cold and immense. "Vermin do not learn grand strategy." Morn went still. "No, my lord. Correct your categorization. The Xenos are adapting. They are evolving a response through expenditure." Morn looked across the field where venomthrope clouds swallowed gun lanes and biovore mines drifted toward communication towers with the awful innocence of pollen. "They are doing so faster than mortal armies," he said. "Then do not fight them as mortals." The connection cut. Morn turned to the iron captains waiting behind him. "Release the engines." The lower gates of Bastion Theta opened. Demon engines came out in mass. Defilers crawled over the ruins like bladed siege towers, their many limbs finding purchase in rubble, corpse slurry, and broken tank hulls. Their battle cannons fired as they moved, each recoil making their brass ribs flex and their chained demons scream inside iron cages. Forge fiends followed, heavier and lower, dragging claws through the ash while their ectoplasma throats built to a murderous glow. They vomited sun-bright death into the living fog, boiling venomthropes inside their own spores and turning gaunt broods into sheets of steam and cooked chitin. Mauler fiends thundered past them, faster than their bulk should have allowed. Their fists were siege hammers. Their lasher tendrils cracked through smoke, snatching hormagaunts, crushing warriors, dragging carnifexes into countercharge range. Overhead, helldrakes descended through clouds of gargoyles. The sky became a furnace of membrane, brass, demon flame, and falling bodies. Winged Tyranids burned by the thousands, dropping as flaming rain over the trenches. Many hit still alive, gnawing, clawing, eating even as fire consumed them. For a time, iron hatred pushed hunger back. At the breach of Bastion Theta, a carnifex reached the wall. It came through the smoke with half its carapace burned away and autocannon craters punched into its torso. It should have been dead. The fact did not interest it. The creature lowered its head and slammed into the breach with such force that the rockcrete teeth shook loose from the shattered arch. Iron warriors on the parapets fired down into it. Bolter shells detonated across its back. A melter blast took one of its arms at the joint. It continued forward, pushing through tank traps, dead gaunts, shattered servitors, and burning razor wire. A mauler fiend met it head-on. The demon engine struck the carnifex with both fists and drove it sideways into the wall. Chitin cracked like splitting armor glass. The carnifex answered by hooking its talons into the mauler fiend's torso and tearing open its outer plates. Inside, the demon engine's furnace heart pulsed behind chains of black iron, beating with angry red light. The mauler fiend crushed the carnifex's head between its fists. The skull did not break cleanly. It caved inward with a wet, grinding collapse, forcing ichor from the beast's eyes and mouth. Still, the carnifex did not fall. Its talons drove deeper. It ripped the demon engine's chest apart, tearing through pistons, flesh cables, brass ribs, and wards carved into screaming metal. The furnace heart came loose in a shower of sparks and burning oil. The mauler fiend kept fighting without it. The carnifex kept fighting without half its skull. Both creatures burned. Promethium had flooded the breach, and the ground beneath them was aflame. Iron warriors fired into the melee without concern for which monster. Their rounds struck. Heavy bolter shells burst against chitin and demon iron. Plasma splashed over both bodies. The Mauler fiend bit down on the Carnifex's neck with metal jaws and shook, spraying black blood across the breach. The Carnifex tore the furnace heart free at last and crushed it in its claws. The demon inside the engine screamed out of the ruptured machine in a pillar of red fire. The shadow crushed the scream flat. The Mauler fiend staggered, its limbs jerking, but one fist still rose. It brought the blow down on the Carnifex's ruined head. Again, 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 each impact pulping more of the monster into the burning ground. The Carnifex's claws spasmed through the engine's guts until both beasts collapsed together in the fire, locked in a heap of chitin, iron, organs, chains, and hatred. Morn watched the breach hold. He did not praise it. "Replace the engine," he ordered. "Mine the corpse." The shadow deepened. It had been pressure before. Now it became gravity, not upon bodies, but upon the unseen parts of existence. The air thickened with alien absence. Vox channels developed a second silence beneath the static. Mortal slaves faltered in their work gangs, hands going slack around shells and chain hooks. Some simply knelt and stared upward until overseers shot them. Cultists began chanting louder, then lost the rhythm of their own prayers and started biting through their tongues. Iron warriors did not panic. They did not drop bolters and flee. They did not pray for deliverance. Their hearts did not fail from terror like the hearts of lesser men. But the war engines that relied on chained warp entities stuttered. A defiler climbing a rubble slope stopped mid-stride, legs locked, its demon core hammering against containment runes. Then every weapon on its chassis fired at once. The blast tore apart a slave column, 2 heavy bolter nests, and a brood of termagants before the warpsmiths regained control. A forge fiend vomited plasma until its own throat melted, then collapsed with molten light leaking from its eyes. Helldrakes banking through the gargoyle swarms spasmed in the air, their wings losing shape for a heartbeat before stabilizing in shrieks of torn metal. Warpsmith Drex moved among the engine pits with nails, chains, and fresh slaves. The stabilization rite was ugly and effective. Men were dragged screaming to the sides of demon engines. Their bodies were bolted into exposed housings, limbs spread, backs broken to fit the frames. Drex drove rune nails through their sternums, throats, and skulls, pinning them into circuits of pain. Their living nervous systems became anchors. Their terror became purchase. Their blood completed failing wards. Where demons slipped under the shadow's pressure, mortal agony hooked them more deeply into iron. Drex hammered the last nail through a slave's jaw and into the brass plate behind it. The man convulsed, eyes rolling white. Stability restored, Drex voxed. The demon engine beneath him growled awake. Margin, Morn asked. Insufficient for elegance, sufficient for slaughter. Acceptable. Drex looked toward the ash plain, where more spore mines drifted with murderous patience. The shadow smothers the warp, but flesh screams loudly enough to be heard through it. Then use more flesh. I am. The Tyranids used the dead Iron Warriors' lessons against them. They began to wait. Gaunt broods no longer hurled themselves into trenches while the gun pits were full. They gathered beyond line of sight, crouched in craters, drainage channels, and the shadow of collapsed hab spires. Barbgaunts and biovores fired until heavy bolter crews burned through belt after belt, until autocannon barrels glowed, until slave loaders died from exhaustion or shrapnel. Only when ammunition chains faltered did the gaunts rise and flood forward. Tyranid warriors learned the corpse piles. They moved behind heaps of their own dead and the dead of men, pushing the mounds before them where possible, letting bolt shells spend themselves on ruined flesh. Some broods packed shell craters with bodies until the depressions became ramps. Others burrowed through trenches choked with liquefied meat, emerging beneath firing steps slick with gore and acid. A warrior with one arm missing used a dead Iron Warrior as cover. holding the ceramite body upright while termagants fired from beneath its ruined legs. Spore mines drifted into Vox towers. The first tower died when a mine touched its upper relay. The living sac burst in a flash of acid and shrapnel, melting the antenna spine and spraying burning matter down through the command crew below. The second tower was brought down by 3 mines moving in from different angles through Venomthrope fog. The third survived the first strike, only for a brood of gargoyles to drag more mines into its lower braces until the whole structure folded into the trench network. Morn saw command lines fragment and reroute. Then the low-probability flank ignited. Perturabo had marked the western slag flood as unlikely ground. The approach was poisoned by rad waste, cratered by old macro fire, and crossed by unstable furnace runoff. No mortal commander would have spent strength there. No sane beast would have found clean footing. Yet the hive tyrant came through it. The creature strode amid fumes and burning runoff, vast and crowned, its armored body surrounded by tyrant guard and warrior broods. Its weapon limbs pulsed. Its bonezord swept through a rusted rail tower as if clearing brush. Lesser organisms moved around it in silent obedience. Under its synaptic will, Hormagaunts crossed burning sludge by running over the bodies of those that fell first. Termagants fired through toxic vapor. Raveners used submerged rail lines to approach beneath the surface. The flank attack struck a support battery at the precise moment its guns were turning to reinforce Bastion Theta. Morn watched the probability rune change from negligible to catastrophic. For the first time that day, anger entered his voice. Western slag flood compromised. Perturabo did not answer with anger. On the hololith, the Lord of Iron magnified the tyrant's advance and watched the enemy decision unfold. The hive mind had identified a line of approach he had deemed inefficient and made it viable through expenditure. It had spent bodies as bridges, artillery as distraction, spores as concealment, synapse as calculation. Perturabo's expression did not soften. Nothing in him softened, but something close to satisfaction entered the silence around him. He had found an enemy worthy of mathematical hatred, not pride, not vainglory, not the fevered worship of gods or the brittle defiance of loyalists. The Tyranids had no speeches to interrupt, no banners to shame, no morale to break, no commanders to humiliate for the pleasure of it. They had appetite, adaptation, coordination, and the purity of total purpose. They would not be insulted, they would be solved. Morn entered the high strategium while the western flank burned and Bastion Theta trembled beneath renewed assault. His armor was scored by acid and dusted in ash. Fresh blood marked one gauntlet where he had killed a mortal officer for mishandling ammunition priority. "My lord," he said, "the world can still be denied." Perturabo looked down at him from the elevated strategium dais. Around the Primarch, the Cadian gate rotated in red lines and black voids. Vol Secundus burned at the center of a tightening swarm. Clarify. Orbital withdrawal of core assets, cyclonic saturation, virus burn where possible, lance strikes on plasma vaults. We can deny the Xenos all biomass and deny the Imperium the Forge. The infinite citadel can be anchored elsewhere. Several Iron Warriors in the chamber went still. The suggestion was not cowardice, it was practicality. It was also failure, dressed in siege language. Perturabo descended one step. The metal beneath his foot groaned. Destruction without capture does not serve the citadel. The enemy is adapting to every layer. Yes. The shadow degrades warp assets. Void communications are compromised. Ground command is fragmenting. The biomass conversion structures are spreading faster than cleansing teams can burn them. Yes. Morn forced the next words out because he was Iron Warriors and had earned the right to speak hard truths, even when they were dangerous. We may lose the world. Perturabo looked past him, toward the hololith of the battlefield and the Tyranid digestion zones spreading like organs through the ruins. No, he said, we may lose the assumption that it was ever merely a world. Morn said nothing. Perturabo raised one clawed hand. Data streams opened around the Tyranid capillary towers, digestion pools, feeder organisms, and living artillery nodes. The enemy was not only invading, it was converting, reclaiming, processing, rebuilding flesh into war. "I require Vol Secundus," Perturabo said. "I require its vaults, its crust, its plasma heart, its position in the gate. And now I require the Xenos processes intact enough to dissect. The Hive fleet does not only consume matter, it organizes consumption into infrastructure. That principle will be taken." Morn understood then the scale of the order. Perturabo did not merely want to defeat the Tyranids. He wanted to steal the method by which hunger built itself. Outside, Bastion Theta's forward wall shook beneath a new barrage. The breach burned. Demon engines fought and died in the smoke. The Hive Tyrant's flank attack was being contained by counterfire and collapsing ground, but more organisms were already moving through the poisoned slag behind it. Then, every auspex in the strategium screamed. Across the ash wastes, beyond the main kill fields, something immense moved alone. It ignored the biomass corridors. It ignored the exposed slave columns. It ignored wounded tanks, burning demon engines, corpse piles, and the scattered broods feeding in shell holes. Macro shells fell around it and burst against its carapace in blossoms of fire. Lascanon beams touched it, scored it, failed to halt it. Venomthrope fog curled around its legs. Lesser organisms parted before it without signal or hesitation. The beast crossed the ash with terrible purpose. It was not moving toward the guns. It was not moving toward the meat. It was moving toward the primary wall. Morn watched the picked feed sharpen for one heartbeat before static clawed across the image. He saw towering chitin, hooked talons, a body built to break fortresses, a head low with purpose, not hunger alone, but assignment. Around it, the swarm flowed like a tide around a blade. Warpsmith Drex's voice entered the strategium feed, distorted by awe and static. Designation unknown, apex organism, siege adaptation. It has ignored all lesser targets. Perturabo leaned toward the image. For the first time since the Tyranids had arrived, the Lord of Iron spoke with something almost like anticipation. "It has come for the wall." The Norn assimilator advanced through the ash. It had not come to win the battle. It had come for the fortress itself. The Norn assimilator came through the storm, as if the storm had been made to fail against it. Macro shells fell in disciplined patterns across the ash wastes, each impact raising columns of fire, pulverized stone, burned chitin, and iron dust. Earthshaker rounds walked toward the beast in measured sequence, bursting before it, behind it, around it, the shockwaves shuddering through the plain, hard enough to flatten lesser broods into wet stains. Basilisks hammered from the rear lines until their barrels glowed dull red. Medusa siege guns belched shells that had cracked loyalist fortress monasteries and split hive gates in wars older than most imperial bloodlines. The Norn did not stop. It lowered its head into the barrage and kept coming. Lascanons carved molten wounds across its carapace. The beams struck, burned, and dragged lines of white heat over its armored hide. Chitin sloughed away in smoking sheets. Beneath it, darker layers flexed and hardened, fresh tissue knitting under plates of alien armor. Autocannon shells burst against its forelimbs. Heavy bolters chewed wet craters into its shoulders. A macro rail shot struck the ground before it and tore a trench across the ash wide enough to swallow a battle tank. The Norn entered the trench, climbed through the collapsing wall of dirt and shrapnel, and emerged with one talon broken and already pushing new growth through the splintered stump. It had been spawned for a single purpose. That purpose moved it where rage, pain, fear, and instinct would have failed lesser things. It did not hate the Iron Warriors. It did not resent the shells. It did not feel insult at the wall before it. It knew command without language. It knew prey without hunger. It knew the fortress as a wound to be opened. In the high strategium of Hive Furnace Kappa, Perturabo watched through 12 picked feeds and 3 failing orbital augers. Each image showed the same monster through different varieties of ruin. One feed saw it through the lens of a saint statue whose carved face had been replaced with target glass. Another saw it from a havoc nest moments before the feed vanished beneath static and blood. Another came from a servo skull drifting too close to the ash plane, its final transmission ending when a shard of living ammunition punched through its eye. "Titan engines stand ready," Warsmith Kravik Morn said. On the hololith, the sigils of the Legio assets flickered behind the primary wall, half-veiled by spore interference and ash snow. War horns sounded in the distance, deep enough to make loose metal tremble. Even restrained, the god engines wanted to walk. Perturabo did not look away from the Norn. "No." Morn's jaw tightened. "My lord, the organism will reach the wall within minutes. Its mass and velocity exceed the outer gate's survival projection. Then the projection will be tested. The wall may fail. All walls fail under sufficient force. I require the measure of this force." Morn said nothing for several seconds. The silence was obedience, not agreement. Iron warriors hated waste. Waste was the sin of fools, zealots, and corpse worshippers. Watching men, guns, ammunition, and prepared fortifications fed into one creature so that its durability could be weighed made bitterness rise in him like acid. Perturabo felt it without turning. "You object." "I calculate loss, my lord." "Then calculate faster." Morn bowed his head. Iron within. Perturabo did not answer. His attention remained on the approaching beast. The first wall of Bastion Theta had been designed to break armies. It was not a simple barrier, but a layered killing structure of adamantium teeth, overlapping fire ports, reinforced murder galleries, gravitic anchors, shock fields, and mine chambers filled with enough promethium to turn a regiment into vapor. The Iron Warriors had improved it after taking it from the Imperials. They had removed the saints, stripped the devotional reliefs, filled the chapel voids with shell magazines, and welded dead tanks into the outer face to create jagged reinforcement ribs. The Norn reached it through fire. It did not batter blindly. It struck like a siege engine that had been born from meat instead of forged from iron. Tox injector harpoons unfolded from its limbs and drove into the wall with wet thunder. The tips punched through reinforced plating, sank into structural ribs, and vomited corrosive venom into the architecture. The wall hissed, plasteel bubbled, machine spirits screamed across maintenance channels as alien poison ate through sacred seals. Then the Norn hauled itself forward. Cables snapped, turrets buckled. A gun nest vanished beneath one of its forelimbs, the Iron Warriors inside crushed into their own weapons. Its claws entered the first breach and pulled stone apart with obscene patience. It did not look like an animal clawing at a gate. It looked like the answer to a question no fortress had wanted asked. How much of a wall was alive, if one knew where to cut? "Teleport lock acquired," came a Terminator sergeant's voice through the command net. Morn glanced to Perturabo. The Lord of Iron gave the smallest nod. The air before the breach exploded in blue-white distortion. Iron Warriors' Terminators materialized inside the smoke, their armor heavy, black, and edged in hazard markings dulled by ash. They came with chain fists already roaring, combi melters hissing, thunder hammers crackling with contained force, power mauls shining like captive lightning. They appeared in a crescent around the Norn's forward limbs and struck with the disciplined brutality of warriors bred for impossible corridors and last doors. Melter fire washed over the Norn's chest, turning chitin to running slag. Chain fists bit into the anchoring limbs, chewing through armor plates and muscle cables. Thunder hammers struck its joints with blows that would have shattered bunker doors. Power mauls crushed sensory nodules and cracked bone ridges. The Norn answered. A talon punched through the first Terminator from breastplate to spine and lifted him off the ground. Ceramite split with a shriek. The warrior inside burst across his own armor seals, blood and black organs spraying from the puncture. The Norn hurled him into the gun line. His corpse struck two havocs and detonated beneath their own ammunition. Another Terminator drove a chain fist into the beast's lower limb. The Norn seized him in both claws and compressed. His tactical dreadnought plate resisted for a heartbeat, then folded inward. The warrior inside became pressure and red fluid, forced from every cracked joint in thin, steaming lines. A thunderhammer struck the Norn's jaw. The creature's head snapped sideways. It returned with a downward blow that drove the hammer-bearer into the rockcrete waist-deep. Armor pulped around him like a crushed shell. Still the Terminators held. They did not retreat from fear. They gave ground by meters because meters had been assigned a cost. The first gallery detonated when the Norn crossed its threshold. Flame swallowed the breach, bathing monster and warriors together. The Iron Warriors had already abandoned that space. The Norn pushed through, its hide blackened, its wounds bubbling, pieces of dead Terminator still impaled on its limbs. It entered the second corridor and found the floor mined beneath it. Charges blew in sequence, not to kill, but to unbalance. The beast lurched. Lascannons fired from side galleries into the exposed soft tissue beneath its left shoulder. It adapted its posture before the second volley. "Movement correction noted," Perturabo said. Morn looked at him. The Primarch's voice contained no frustration, only observation. The Norn drove deeper. Every corridor became a coffin. Every chamber the Iron Warriors abandoned was flooded with promethium, vented with rad gas, or collapsed by hidden charges. Blast doors dropped behind the creature and sealed it from lesser Tyranids pouring after it. The walls opened, fired, closed, and burned. Servo turrets emptied ammunition belts into wounds. Murder holes vomited crack grenades. Iron Warriors squads withdrew through side passages and sealed them with melter cuts, leaving only traps and dead behind. The Norn endured. Its purpose pulled it through pain. It broke doors with its skull. It used dead Terminators as battering weight, smashing their bodies into fire ports until the guns behind them fell silent. It fired tox injector harpoons into ceiling supports and tore them down, burying whole Iron Warriors fire teams beneath stone and iron. It dragged itself through a storm of shells, plasma, melter heat, and molten slag, losing flesh at a rate that would have killed lesser monsters 10 times over. Then, Varnak Threx entered the breach. He came with Hellbrutes and Siege Terminators, his armor still blackened from the underworks and sealed by crude emergency welds. Acid scars had eaten trenches into his plate. One arm moved with imperfect servo response. He had not healed. He had not rested. He had been ordered to fight, and the order was sufficient. The Hellbrutes went first. They charged with fists, claws, multi-melters, and maddened sarcophagus screams. One rammed into the Norn's flank and fired a melter blast into its abdomen at point-blank range. The Norn impaled it, lifted it, and slammed it into the wall until the ancient warrior inside burst from his life coffin in a spray of amniotic fluid, blood, and rotten hatred. Another Hellbrute hooked both power claws into the creature's forelimb and held long enough for Threx to reach the throat. "Marking target," Threx voxed. "Denied," Morn snapped. "Strike first." Threx did not answer. He drove his chain fist into the Norn's throat sac. The weapon sank deep. Its teeth found softer tissue beneath the armored hide and began to chew. Acid blood came down over Threx in a curtain. It struck his helm, breastplate, shoulder seals, and ruined arm, hissing through ceramite, eating into cables, boiling the flesh beneath. Warning runes flooded his vision. His skin cooked inside the armor. One of his eyes burst from heat and toxin. He kept the chain fist running. The Norn screamed then, not from fear, but because damage to purpose required signal. Threx dragged the chain fist sideways, opening the throat sac in a gouting wound. Acid, ichor, and half-formed toxin organs spilled over him. He lifted his other hand and fired a beacon dart into the wound. "Orbital mark placed," he said, voice breaking into static. "Fire." The response did not come from Morn. It came from Perturabo. "No." Threx stood in the acid rain, armor steaming. "My lord." No orbital strike. The chamber around the Norn shook as it tore free of another Hellbrute and smashed the machine into the floor. Threx staggered, still alive by contempt and armor integrity alone. "Target vulnerable," Morn said, unable to keep the edge from his voice. A lance strike will finish it. Finishing it is not the objective. The words froze the command net. Perturabo's hand moved across the hololith. Gravitic harpoons, adamantium chains, restraint engines to the third gate. It is to be captured alive if possible, dissected if not. Morn's bitterness sharpened into something close to disbelief, but he obeyed. Deploy restraint engines. Warpsmith Drex had prepared them because Perturabo had thought of the need before the beast had reached the wall. They were dragged forward on crawler platforms by slave teams and demon haulers, huge engines of black iron, brass pistons, gravitic coils, and chain drums wound with adamantium links thicker than a man's body. Their machine spirits were not alive. They were possessed. Each restraint engine had been fed the bound fragments of lesser demons, chained under sigils, nails, and sacrificial law. The price to wake them was paid in flesh. Hundreds of slaves were dragged to the engine housings and bolted into ignition frames. Their backs were opened. Their ribs were spread. Copper rods were driven through lungs and hearts. When Drex gave the Binharic command, the engines burned them alive from the inside, drawing their agony through the coils. The slaves did not die quickly. They screamed until their throats charred and split. Their nervous systems became brief, bright conductors for the demon mechanisms. The restraint engines fired. Gravitic harpoons punched through smoke and flame, each one trailing chains that howled with bound malice. The first struck the Norn's right forelimb and buried itself in muscle and chitin. The second hit its flank. The third punched through the wound Threx had opened at the throat and exploded barbs inside the tissue. Winch towers locked. Chains snapped taut. The floor cracked beneath the force. The Norn stopped. For one heartbeat, the fortress held it. Then the beast pulled. The first winch tower came out of its foundations entire, tearing loose in a storm of rockcrete, sparks, and screaming metal. It crashed through a side gallery and crushed an Iron Warriors squad beneath its rotating drum. The second tower held longer. Its chains cut deeper into the Norn's limb, sawing through meat as the creature dragged itself forward. The third engine overloaded, demon coils shrieking, and burst into red fire that consumed the slaves still nailed to its sides. Drex watched from a reinforced gallery, robes burning at the hem, mechadendrites lashing around him. "More chain tension," he voxed. "Engines at limit," replied a thrall. Drex turned and put a lascutter through the thrall's skull. "Then redefine limit." The Norn tore forward another meter, then another. It dragged 2 winch towers with it, carving trenches through the floor. Its harpooned limbs smoked. Its throat wound gaped around the chain buried inside. Half a dozen Terminators clung to its flanks with chain fists and thunderhammers, hacking, striking, dying. One was torn in half and thrown into a murder gallery. Another vanished beneath a closing claw, armor and body reduced to a flattened ruin of ceramite and pulp. Threx remained near the beast's throat, one knee driven into the floor, chain fist locked inside the wound. His armor was failing. Acid had found the man beneath. He smelled his own flesh cooking and heard the wet crackle of muscle coming away from bone. He kept the beacon active, though the orbital strike had been denied. "Threx," Morn voxed. The Iron Captain's answer came in pieces. "Still. Engaged. Withdraw. Unable." Morn looked toward Perturabo. The Lord of Iron watched the creature's position relative to the gate. His eyes were on distance, angle, pressure, load, not on Threx, not on the dead, not on the dying. The battlefield existed in him as structure. "Gate closure," Perturabo said. Morn stared at the hololith. The bastion's own primary gate was still open around the Norn's midsection. The beast had entered too far to retreat cleanly, not far enough to reach the inner fortress. If the gate closed now, it would kill everything in the threshold, including Threx, including the Terminators, including the restraint crews. "Initiate," Perturabo said. Morn gave the order. The adamantium jaws of Bastion Theta began to close. They had been built to seal against Titan shells, reactor breach, and orbital shock. Their teeth were slabs of layered metal, each one engraved by the Imperials, with litanies of endurance now scratched away by iron warriors' chisels. The gate descended from above and rose from below, grinding through smoke, fire, chains, corpses, and broken architecture. The Norn sensed the change. It thrashed with sudden violence, not panic, but correction. Chains snapped. Harpoons tore wounds open wider. The beast shoved forward, claws raking the inner walls. Threx vanished beneath its movement. His chain fist still screamed for a moment after his vox cut out. The gate struck. Adamantium jaws crushed down on the Norn's body. Chitin plates cracked in a thunderous sequence. Organs burst under pressure. Acid blood sprayed through the breach in sheets, melting gun housings and burning mortal crews to bone. The creature heaved, trapped halfway through the fortress wall, limbs flailing on both sides of the gate. The lower jaw rose another meter and locked with a sound like a mountain breaking its teeth. The Norn was pinned, still alive, still fighting. Perturabo watched the pressure readings climb. "Magma vents," he said. Drex transmitted the command with hands that were no longer steady. Within the gate mechanism, furnace valves opened. Molten rock and plasma-heated slag poured through internal channels and burst into the sealed bite around the Norn's body. The gate became an execution furnace. Fire filled the crushed space. The Norn's chitin blackened, split, and peeled away. Meat boiled. Acid blood flashed to vapor. Toxins burned in colors no human eye should have seen. The beast's talons hammered against the inner bastion floor, each impact strong enough to crack rockcrete and shake dust from the murder galleries. It did not die quickly. That was the horror of it. That was the value of it. The Norn assimilator screamed through channels no vox could carry and no mortal throat could imitate. It screamed through synapse. It screamed through the shadow. It screamed not as plea, not as pain alone, but as report. Its death became information hurled back into the vast alien mind that had made it. Across Vol Secundus, the swarm answered. Gaunt stopped mid-charge and turned toward Bastion Theta. Gargoyle clouds shifted like a single black cloak in the sky. Biovores ceased firing for several breaths. Zoanthropes pulsed brighter, their swollen skulls haloed by alien force. Far out on the ash plains, monsters lifted their heads. In orbit, the living ships thickened around the world. In the high strategium, Perturabo looked upon the pinned apex beast, burning inside his wall. Morn stood behind him and understood what the Tyranids now understood. The Lord of Iron was not merely defending Vol Secundus. He was not merely killing the swarm. He was trying to steal the tools of the hive mind, while the hands that held them were still alive. The swarm came as weather. It did not advance as an army, though armies existed within it. It did not form a battle line, though fronts could be drawn across the maps of dying men. It did not march beneath banners, did not roar oaths, did not beat drums or sound horns or offer the courtesy of hatred. It came across Vol Secundus as a living atmosphere of claws, wings, talons, spores, teeth, hunger, and alien will, rolling over continents of ash and ruin until the horizon itself seemed to move. Billions of lesser bioforms crossed the Forge world. They flooded the slag flats where manufactorum cities had burned down to their foundations. They poured through corpse-slurry trench fields where bodies from the first days of slaughter had dissolved into red mire. They climbed over the hollowed bones of habspires, over dead tanks, over broken demon engines, over the cooled crusts of molten underhive sinkholes where millions had already been buried alive. They moved through chemical storms and promethium fires as though pain was merely another weather condition. Termagants came in crawling masses, flesh borers pulsing wetly against their bodies. Hormigants bounded ahead in serried waves, blades raised, springing from crater to crater. Ripper swarms boiled through the mud beneath them, eating the softer remains before the larger organisms arrived. Above them, gargoyles darkened the sky in such numbers that the ashfall changed direction beneath the beat of their wings. The ground shook not from a single titan's stride, nor from artillery, but from the pressure of too many living things moving with one purpose. From orbit, The surface of Vol Secundus looked diseased. From the trenches, it looked like the end of reason. In the high strategium of Hive Furnace Kappa, Perturabo watched the world drown in life that existed only to make death useful. The iron lattice awoke at his command. It had been assembled from captured Imperial defense lasers, void shield logic, Iron Warriors artillery doctrine, demon-corrupted cogitators, scrap code choirs, and the stolen noospheric bones of Vol Secundus itself. Every pylon that had not been destroyed was seized. Every targeting spire that had once defended the Forge Bastion in the Emperor's name was turned outward beneath the Lord of Iron's will. Machine spirits shrieked as they were broken and recompiled. Imperial litanies were stripped from command cores and replaced with brutal mathematics. Demons were nailed into processing stacks to make dead systems think faster than they wished to think. Across the planet, red light moved through dead towers. Targeting lenses opened in saint statues whose faces had been cut away. Defense lasers rotated on sanctum roofs blackened by shell fire. Macro guns elevated in sequence. Minefields woke beneath ash. Rad zone emitters began to hum in drowned underhive tunnels.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Artillery cogitators divided the living invasion into grids, then subgrids, then predicted corpse fields. Every brood received a projected death location. Every monster was given a probability of penetration. Every meter of ground became a price. Perturabo stood at the center of the calculation, silent and vast, surrounded by the turning maps of the Cadian Gate and the unfinished geometry of the infinite citadel. "Begin," he said. The planet answered with guns. Macro artillery struck first. The northern ash plains vanished beneath continent-spanning bombardment. Shells fell in ranks so dense that individual impacts ceased to matter. The surface became rolling detonation, a red and black ocean of upthrown earth, shattered chitin, burning ichor, and pulverized bodies. Whole broods disappeared under the first curtain. The next broods crossed their remains before the fire had faded. Defense lasers carved white lines through the moving mass, each beam cutting canyons through gaunts and warriors, each canyon filling almost instantly as more bodies surged forward. Then came the minefields. The Iron Warriors allowed the foremost swarms to enter the dead ground between collapsed hab districts and trench belts. When the density reached the number Perturabo had chosen, the mines rose from the ash on gravitic kicks and detonated at body height. The air became knives. Hormagaunts burst in mid-leap. Termagants folded around internal explosions. Rippers vanished in sprays of burning paste. Mines hidden beneath corpse slurry threw fountains of bodies into the sky, and for a few seconds the ash fell red. Then the rad zones opened. Invisible death poured through low streets and hollowed transit channels. Mortal things would have died choking, blistering, vomiting blood into their masks. Tyranids died differently. Their flesh blackened, their eyes clouded. Some collapsed and were trampled. Others pushed onward with organs failing, legs still moving beneath bodies that were already being killed cell by cell. Behind them came organisms with thicker hides, sealed membranes, altered breathing slits. The hive mind spent the vulnerable and tested the rest. Then came the demon engines. Defilers crawled over the ruined slopes like bladed fortresses, cannons roaring, claws scything, their bound spirits raging against the pressure of the shadow in the warp. Forge fiends vomited plasma into the Tyranid tides, boiling lanes through chitin and turning clusters of gaunts into steam. Mauler fiends countercharged Carnifex broods in the killing gaps, smashing into them with the sound of collapsing foundries. Helldrakes screamed through the air overhead, their brass bodies burning, their wings cutting trails through flocks of gargoyles. Then came the trenches. Iron Warriors waited there with heavy bolters, autocannons, plasma guns, flamers, melters, chain blades, and contempt. Their mortal slaves loaded, dragged, died, and were replaced. Cultists chanted until their throats burst. Mutant laborers heaved ammunition crates through mud that was mostly blood. The 4th Legion fired until barrels glowed, until bolter casings piled around their boots, until gaunt corpses climbed high enough to become ramps for the next wave. Behind the trenches stood the counter-breach reserves, Terminators in blackened plate, Hellbrutes howling inside sarcophagi of pain, Havoc squads waiting with Lascannons already sighted, Predators and Vindicators idling in smoke. They did not move to save the first lines. They waited to punish whatever survived them. The Tyranids answered each layer with another layer of their own. Gaunts exhausted minefields. Rippers entered drainage systems. Venomthropes filled firing lanes with spores. Barbgaunts pinned bunkers while Hormagaunts waited. Warriors preserved synapse behind corpse screens. Carnifexes struck only where trenches had already been thinned. Biovores seeded living mines into the gaps between Iron Warriors' kill zones. Zoanthropes gathered in psychic clusters and pressed at the void shields until the air itself groaned. The war no longer resembled battle. It resembled two immense machines trying to grind through one another, one made of iron, hatred, and calculation, the other of flesh, hunger, and adaptation. Inside the inner forge sanctum, the surviving Imperials tried to warn the Cadian Gate. They had retreated behind the last functioning Loyalist void shields, into the sanctum of the plasma choir, where reactors the size of cathedrals pulsed beneath prayer-sealed armor glass. Skitarii Marshal Orest Zane stood among broken command pews and dying consoles, his left arm severed below the elbow, his right eye replaced by a cracked targeting lens. Around him, the last defenders of Vol Secundus worked in frantic silence, Cadian Vox officers, tech adepts, combat servitors with one order remaining, Skitarii Rangers whose red robes had been burned black at the hem. They had no illusion of rescue. Zane wanted the next world warned. An astropath, chained upright in an iron reliquary, convulsed as the message was forced through him. His mouth opened around words that were half imperial warning, half machine prayer, half pain that had no language. The shadow in the warp mangled the signal before it left the chamber. It twisted the names of nearby worlds into static. It turned coordinates into screaming. It swallowed pleas, corrupted Binharic, and sent the astropath's own terror echoing back through the choir until several adepts dropped dead at their consoles. Zane listened to the dying transmission with a face like carved metal. "Repeat," he said. The tech adept beside him looked up, blood dripping from his nose. "Marshal, the choir is burning out. Repeat." The astropath screamed again. This time the message became a broken prayer to the Emperor, a litany to the Omnissiah, and a wet, choking noise as the man's brain ruptured inside his skull. The signal vanished into the shadow. No confirmation returned. Zane turned toward the sanctum doors as the alarms changed pitch. Iron Warrior's runes appeared across the shield controls. He understood before the doors sealed. The traitors had not forgotten the survivors in the inner forge. They had simply delayed spending them. In Command Bastion Morn, Warsmith Kravek Morn watched the Loyalist Void Shield flare around the Plasma Choir sanctum. It was one of the few remaining shield pockets still stable under zoanthrope pressure. It covered a valuable approach lane. It also contained the last organized Imperial force on the planet. "Seal them inside their sanctum," Morn said. "Reroute their Void Shield harmonics into the lattice. Their barrier becomes our inner layer." An Iron Captain beside him asked, "And when the Xenos breach them?" "Then the Xenos spend strength breaching them." "What of the plasma controls?" Morn looked at him. The Iron Captain bowed his helm. "Understood." Beneath the sanctum dome, Zane watched the doors lock with enemy authority. He placed his remaining hand against the console, feeling the void shield tremble as it was stolen around him. "The Iron Ones have made us a wall," said a Cadian officer, voice hoarse behind his cracked rebreather. Zane's augmetic eye clicked. "No, a wall is built to endure." "What are we then?" The Marshal looked at the red runes spreading over the sanctum glass. "A delay." Outside, the sky fell alive. The Tyranids committed their aerial swarms. Gargoyles descended first, so numerous that they made a second night beneath the ash clouds. They came through. Flak storms in shrieking sheets, wings tearing, bodies bursting, flesh borers firing downward into trenches, parapets, ammunition yards, and slave columns. Flak shells shredded thousands, but there were always more behind them, crossing the air on the bodies of the dead. Harpies followed, their shadows passing over the battlefield like razors. They dropped clusters of spore mines and living bombs into gun pits, turning artillery crews into shredded meat and burning cloth. Hive crones swept low over bastion walls, vomiting streams of corrosive bioacid that ate through armor plates and turned men beneath them into collapsing skeletons wrapped in steam. Then came the Harridan-sized monsters, vast winged shapes gliding through smoke and tracer fire, their bodies carrying broods that dropped from their undersides into the ruins. They were too large for the lower sky, and yet they filled it, wings beating with enough force to scatter ash storms and topple weakened spires. The Helldrakes met them. Dragon-shaped demon engines rose from the Iron Warriors' air pits, their metal wings unfolding amid chains and fire. They screamed with furnace voices and plunged into the Tyranid clouds. Baleflamers washed across gargoyle swarms, burning holes in the living darkness. Brass claws tore through harpy wings. One Helldrake caught a hive crone by the throat and dragged it screaming through a flak burst, both creatures burning as they fell. Another Helldrake climbed too high into a gargoyle mass. Hundreds latched onto it. They clung to its wings, tail, neck, and furnace vents, biting through cables, jamming wing joints with bodies, firing flesh borers into exposed engine seams. The Helldrake rolled and burned them away in swathes, but the gargoyles kept coming, dying to weigh it down. A hive crone struck from above, talons punching through the demon engine's spine. Its acid breath poured into the Helldrake's throat and made the furnace within scream. The Helldrake lost the sky. It came down in a spiral of fire, chitin, brass, and torn membrane. It crashed into a manufacturing reservoir filled with promethium runoff, corpse fat, and chemical sludge from the hive's dead refineries. The impact split the reservoir wall. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then the reservoir detonated. Promethium rose in a pillar of orange and black, carrying demon fire with it. Gargoyles vanished in burning clouds. The hive crone burst apart, its organs boiling inside its own carapace. The Helldrake's bound demon screamed out of the wreck, only to be flattened by the shadow and dragged back into molten iron. The reservoir's contents became a tidal wave of flame, chitin shards, burning fuel, and human remains that had been floating in the chemical sludge since the first bombardments. It swept through a lower labor district, boiling slaves in their collars and cooking Tyranids alive against the walls. The ground war worsened. Barbgaunts had found the rhythm of Iron Warriors' bunker rotation. Their living artillery pinned squads inside firing chambers, striking gun slits, ammunition doors, ventilation stacks, and exposed Vox lines. One bunker near the eastern kill grid was hit so often that the walls bristled with chitin payloads, like a diseased porcupine. When the Iron Warriors inside tried to change firing angle, a second volley nailed 2 legionaries to the rear wall through their armor joints. Ripper swarms poured through shell cracks. They came through holes too small for gaunts, through drainage cuts, through shattered ammo feeds, and under collapsed firing steps. Mortal slaves died first. They always died first. Their screams filled the trenches as Rippers stripped them into bones beneath the boots of their masters. Cultists tried to beat the little beasts away with icons and empty rifles. The Rippers ate the icons, the hands, the faces. The Iron Warriors used flamers inside their own trenches. Promethium washed through the firing lines. Slaves burned, cultists burned, Tyranids burned. Some Iron Warriors caught in the wash kept firing, while flames crawled over their plate. A Havoc sergeant ordered another burst into a trench section, still occupied by his own loaders, because the Rippers had reached the ammunition belts. Fire turned men and Xenos alike into black shapes, thrashing in the mud. The gun position survived. That was what mattered. Morn watched the trench feeds with increasing contempt for the cost. Perturabo watched something else. He stood amid the iron lattice's projections, seeing not merely death, but direction. The Tyranids were not trying to kill all his forces evenly. They were not choosing the easiest meat. They were probing specific structures. 3 zoanthrope clusters struck repeatedly at void shield anchors that matched projected infinite citadel load points. Ravener tunnels curved toward data engines rather than slave barracks. Gargoyle swarms sacrificed themselves to blind warp conductor spires. Biovore minefields gathered around plasma vault access ways. The hive tyrant in the western slag flood had not attacked the nearest weak wall. It had attacked the route leading to the captured noospheric core. The hive mind had identified what the world was becoming, not a fortress alone, a component. Perturabo's fingers tightened, slowly, around the edge of the strategium table. The metal bent beneath them. "Interesting," he said. Morn heard the word and felt the cold of it. Then the neuro-tyrant revealed itself. The pressure came from the southern corpse continent, where 3 manufactorum districts had collapsed into one another, and the Tyranids had grown digestion pools between their broken foundations. The psychic wave rolled outward from that ruin like an invisible tide. It crossed the ash plains, struck the trenches, struck the walls, struck the sky, struck the warp itself. Demon engines failed across 3 fronts. A defiler in the eastern grid convulsed and tore itself apart, its bound spirit losing coherence and ripping through its own hull in a red burst of molten hate. Forge fiends collapsed with their plasma throats choking black. Mauler fiends locked in place mid-charge, then were swarmed by carnifexes and buried under claws. Helldrakes fell screaming from the sky as their wings forgot their shape. Sorcerer thralls burst into flame. Mortal cultists dropped dead by the hundreds. Even iron warriors felt the pressure in their teeth, their bones, the old scars beneath their armor. The iron lattice flickered. For one moment, Vol Secundus belonged to silence. Then, Perturabo marked the source. A rune appeared over the southern corpse continent. Beneath it, feeds showed only spore fog, moving shadows, and towers of meat grown from the dead. But the pressure had given itself a location. The synaptic node had spoken too loudly. Morn turned to him. A major command beast. "Neuro-tyrant," Drex voxed, his voice distorted by interference and fascination. "The pressure pattern matches the psychic node. It is focusing the shadow through the ground swarm." "Can it be killed?" Morn asked. Perturabo looked at the marked ruin. "Yes." The answer was not hope. It was judgment. Morn awaited the next order, expecting reinforcement for the failing fronts, redeployment of reserves, stabilization of demon engine lines, preservation of the lattice. Perturabo gave none of those. "Prepare a decapitation strike." "My lord, 3 fronts are compromised." "Then they will hold compromised." "The demon engines are failing." "Then they will fail usefully." Morn understood. He always understood eventually, and each understanding was another chain around his pride. The strike was not to save the army. It was not to save the wall. It was not even to relieve the pressure. Perturabo looked across the corpse continent, through the ash, through the swarms, through the psychic dark, and saw a siege target. "Let the hive mind learn," said the Lord of Iron, "that even hunger may be surrounded." The southern manufactorum district had ceased being architecture. It had once been a city of presses, furnace naves, conveyor chapels, munition shrines, and crane galleries broad enough to carry battle tanks suspended in chains. It had once breathed coal smoke and machine incense. It had once sung in Binharik, piston thunder, slave chant, and the dull hymn of shells being stamped from hot metal by the million. Now it breathed spores. Capillary towers rose from the ruins like veins grown into the shape of minarets. They pushed through broken rockcrete, dead conveyor belts, split cathedral floors, and the compacted drifts of bodies that had gathered in shell hollows. Their roots drank corpse slurry and coolant. Their trunks pulsed with stolen blood. At their swollen crowns, vents opened and closed in slow rhythm, exhaling clouds of organic dust that glittered faintly in the red light of burning furnaces. Digestion pools had replaced assembly pits. They were wide, steaming basins of amber acid and rendered flesh, thick with bone fragments, scraps of armor, loose teeth, ration tins, devotional medals, Skitarii optics, Cadian buckles, demon engine residue, and the pale jelly of dissolved organs. The pools did not lie still. They stirred, they swallowed, they processed. Bodies slid into them from feeder channels and vanished layer by layer, skin loosening first, then muscle, then the long white architecture of bone. Where a man had been, there remained only nutrient haze, bubbles, and a faint scum of impurities the Tyranid ecology had not yet learned to use. Spore chimneys grew from toppled manufactorum towers, their surfaces slick with mucus and chitinous ridges. Pulsing synaptic growths clung to the walls like exposed brains, forced into masonry. They twitched whenever the shadow in the warp deepened, sending silent command through the living jungle the district had become. The Iron Warriors descended into it without ceremony. They came through a collapsed freight spine in a column of black iron, flame, and diseased machine light. Terminators led the advance, their tactical dreadnought armor scarred by acid, dusted with ash, and marked in hazard stripes almost hidden beneath dried Xeno's ichor. Behind them came obliterators, hulking things that had once been legionaries but had become walking arsenals of flesh, metal, mutation, and possession. Their armor was not worn so much as grown into them. Gun barrels pushed through meat. Ammunition feeds writhed beneath skin. Their hands split and reformed around weapons that clicked, pulsed, dripped, and breathed. Dark Mechanicum Hunter servitors followed in hunched files, their skulls replaced by Auspex crowns, their arms ending in chain blades, las cutters, injector spikes, and toxin harpoons. Some had no legs, only crawling assemblies of brass and bone. Some whispered prayers to machine spirits they had been lobotomized too deeply to understand. Warpsmith Arkle Drex walked among them like a priest in an abattoir. His armor was blackened iron and oily brass, layered with sensor spines and sacrificial chains. Mechadendrites moved around him in a halo of blades, probes, saws, and data needles. A cage of rune iron hung from his back, filled with demon parasites waiting like curled insects in red glass capsules. The shadow pressed against the wards engraved into every plate of his war gear. He could feel the Neverborn trapped in his devices shrinking from the pressure, their malice guttering like lamps beneath the sea. The kill team was not here for stealth. Stealth was a word for cowards, assassins, and Xenos that lacked artillery. This was a tunnel clearance. This was extermination conducted by pace, angle, ammunition expenditure, and acceptable loss. Their mission was to locate and cripple the neuro-tyrant node buried somewhere within the digestion jungle. Not to rescue, not to liberate, not to avenge, to reach the synaptic heart, wound it, bind it if possible, and make the hive mind bleed information. Brother Barax of the Grave Anvil advanced at the point. His chain fist idled low, its teeth purring. The lenses of his helm swept the fungal growth choking the corridor. Heat signatures ahead, voxed a hunter servitor. Barax did not slow. Quantity, unclear, organic interference. Then burn the interference. A Terminator with a heavy flamer stepped forward and flooded the corridor. White fire rolled over the living mats. The floor convulsed. Acid blisters burst with wet pops. Half-digested bodies embedded in the growth curled as the matter around them shrank. A Cadian corpse rose briefly from the burning fungus, its arms lifted by contracting tendons, its mouth wide in a silent second death before the flame took the head from the neck. The Tyranids came through the fire. Gaunts first, always gaunts first. Their bodies blackened, split, and burned as they leapt from the smoke. Bolters answered. Shells detonated inside torsos, skulls, and limbs. The corridor filled with chitin fragments and wet bursts of meat. Then a larger shape pushed through them, a Tyranid warrior with bone swords held low, its skull ridges slick with condensation. It took a combi bolter burst to the chest, lost half its rib structure, and still closed the distance before Barax's chain fist took it from shoulder to hip. The lesser organisms faltered for a breath as Synapse died. Then another pressure replaced it from deeper in the ruin, and the swarm moved again. The obliterators opened fire. The first raised an arm that unfolded into a cluster of rotary barrels veined with meat. It fired a storm of shells that shredded the tunnel mouth ahead, turning a brood of termagants into mist and splintered shell. The barrels sagged, melted back into the arm, and reformed as plasma vents. Blue-white discharge washed across the next chamber, reducing a living barricade to steaming slime. Another obliterator's abdomen split open and produced a multi-melter maw that screamed with machine hunger before vomiting heat through a Carnifex-sized support growth. The beam cooked the organism from within until it burst, showering the chamber in boiling nutrient fluid. They were effective. The Tyranids began reacting. A brood of thick, carapaced organisms pushed forward through the next barrage, their hides pitted but not penetrated where previous shells had killed easily. When the obliterator shifted to plasma, venomthrope spores thickened the air, diffusing target locks and coating the vents with corrosive dust. When the weapon mutation became melter, gaunts rushed under the firing arc and buried the obliterator's lower body beneath claws and teeth. It killed them by growing blades from its thighs and grinding them apart, but the delay was enough for a warrior to reach it and drive a bone sword through the flesh seam beneath its armored ribs. The obliterator did not scream like a man. It emitted static, laughter, and a wet, grinding snarl. Its chest opened around a cannon and fired point blank through the warrior's skull. Barax watched the exchange. "They are answering the guns." Drex's mechadendrites tasted the air. "They are answering the pattern. The gun is incidental." The manufactorum jungle narrowed above them. Pipes hung like dead vines. Gantries crossed overhead in broken tiers. Corpse webs, not true webs, but curtains of tendon, mucus, and stripped connective tissue, sagged between railings. Bodies hung in them, some whole, some only skins filled with feeder worms. The kill team moved beneath them under overlapping auspex sweeps. The vanguard organisms had already chosen their angles. The first von Ryan's leaper came from above, dropping without sound from the underside of a pipe cluster. It landed on a hunter servitor and scissored the machine thing in half before the alarm rune fully formed. Another sprang from a vertical wall and struck a Terminator's back, talons worrying into the joint behind the helm. The Iron Warrior staggered, reached over his shoulder, caught the creature by one limb, and crushed it against the wall. Its blood sprayed across his lenses. A third leaper went for Drex and vanished in a burst of last cutter fire from his nearest mechadendrite. Then the lictors moved. They had been there the whole time. A support Iron Warrior carrying a seismic scanner turned toward a movement reading that had already shifted behind him. Feeder tendrils slid around his helm, seeking the throat seals. A talon entered beneath his arm and punched through both hearts. He fell without firing. Another legionary raised his bolter toward the corpse webs overhead and lost his weapon hand at the wrist. Before he could compensate, a lictor opened him from groin to gorget and spilled him across the fungal floor in a clatter of armor, organs, and black blood. The predators did not roar. They did not challenge. They cut, repositioned, and vanished through pipework, slick with condensation and gore. Iron Warriors died, not because they panicked. They died because the enemy had been designed for the angle they had not covered. Barax adjusted instantly. Vertical fire discipline. Ignore the crawling dead. Kill the ceiling. Bolters rose. Flamers followed. The upper galleries disappeared in smoke and flame. Bodies fell from the corpse webs in burning pieces. One lictor came down a flame and still managed to kill a hunter servitor before Barax crushed its skull beneath his boot. Drex knelt at the edge of a digestion pool while the firefight moved around him. The pool was different from the others. His sensors registered mortal biomass, Skitari augmetics, corrupted gene seed residue from fallen Iron Warriors, and demon engine effluent from the eastern war pits. The Tyranid digestion system had consumed everything that had fallen into the basin, but it had not processed all of it equally. Imperial flesh was dissolving cleanly. Bone softened, organs broke down, fat rendered into usable slurry. Augmetic metals were separated and rejected in crusted islands, but warp-tainted tissue behaved unpredictably. Some of it poisoned the pool, creating black blisters that ruptured and killed nearby feeder tendrils. Some of it was isolated, wrapped in fibrous sacs and pushed toward the surface as waste. Some of it was being metabolized, imperfectly. That was the word that mattered. Drex watched a clot of demon-tainted flesh pulse in the acid, surrounded by capillary threads that blackened and regrew as they touched it. The pool rejected, adapted, failed, adjusted, tried again. A sliver of corrupted gene seed sank beneath the surface. For a moment, the liquid around it boiled violet. Then a feeder tendril touched it, died, and was replaced by another with a thicker outer membrane. Drex felt a sensation close to terror. He crushed it into usefulness. "My lord," he voxed through Morn's command relay, "the pools are rejecting significant warp matter. Lesser contamination produces death in local feeder systems. Repeated exposure produces partial adaptation. I repeat, partial adaptation." Perturabo's voice entered the channel, colder than the acid steam. "Define partial. They cannot safely consume it, not yet, but they are testing incorporation through sacrificial microgrowth. The process is inefficient. For now, yes, my lord. Sample everything. Preserve the pool if possible. Destroy it only if overrun." Drex looked into the basin where the corrupted matter pulsed, and the living acid learned pain. "By your will." The neurotyrant's influence thickened as they advanced. It did not strike like a weapon at first. It seeped. It entered the soft places of mortal thought. The hunter-servitors slowed as their limited brains filled with command signals not meant for them. Slaves carrying ammunition behind the kill team began to cough blood into their masks. One dropped a melter charge and clawed at his own eyes until Drex shot him through the spine. Another walked calmly toward a digestion pool, removed his rebreather, and stepped into the acid without screaming until his legs came apart beneath him. Then more followed. 3 mortal auxiliaries entered the pool in silence. Their skins sloughed from their bones. Their hands continued reaching toward the synaptic growths on the far wall, even as their faces dissolved. A cultist began laughing and vomiting blood at the same time, chanting broken praise to a god that had no name and no answer. An iron warrior turned and put a bolt shell through his torso, then fired twice more into the bodies of the men, trying to join him in the acid. No one looked away. "Cull compromised meat," Barracks ordered. The Iron Warriors executed their own auxiliaries in the corridor and stepped over the bodies. The synaptic chamber lay beyond the central press nave, where the manufactorum roof had collapsed and been replaced by a canopy of nerve cords, chitin plates, and translucent membranes. The chamber had grown inside the ruin rather than being built. It was a cathedral of nerves and brain matter, living walls flexed with command impulses. Bundles of pale cable thick as tree trunks ran from floor to ceiling, pulsing with dark fluid. Chitin arches curved overhead. Organic nodes blinked wetly from alcoves where Imperial control consoles had once stood. The air tasted of copper, acid, and thought. At the far end, surrounded by pulsing synaptic growths, floated the neurotyrant. It was vast in psychic presence, if not in brute mass. Its swollen cranial structure veined with bioluminescent pressure, its tendrils hanging like nerve roots into the living floor. Around it clustered neurogaunts, shivering conduits for its will. Tyranid warriors guarded the approaches with bone swords raised. Zoanthropes hovered in a ring above the chamber, their heads glowing with concentrated force. Living walls of meat opened and closed like sphincters, revealing gun organisms and feeder limbs before sealing again. The grave anvil halted at the edge of the nave. Morn's voice entered the feed first. Target identified. Then Perturabo spoke through him. The shift was immediate. Morn became relay, not commander. Every warrior in the kill team knew it. Drex knew it. Even the obliterators stilled for a heartbeat as the Lord of Iron's attention narrowed through them. "Barracks," Perturabo said. "Left wall, 3 meters above the tendon seam. Breach it." Barracks did not question. "Iron within." A chain fist and melter charges opened the wall. Acid blood poured out, washing over 2 hunter servitors and stripping them to smoking metal bones. Ignore the neurogaunts directly ahead. They are bait. Drex, mark the second zoanthrope from the right. It shields the node. Drex fired a demon iron dart from one mechadendrite. The projectile struck the hovering beast and unfolded into barbed hooks. The zoanthrope convulsed. Its psychic shield flickered. Obliterators, saturate the upper left arch, not the center. The flesh metal monsters obeyed. Their bodies produced cannons, plasma, and shrieking missile growths. The upper arch disintegrated, exposing the hidden nerve bundle feeding the chamber wall. Terminators fired into it. The living wall spasmed open, revealing a path that had not existed moments before. Brother Kordax will die holding the right approach, Perturabo said. Kordax heard his sentence and moved without hesitation. Acknowledged. He planted himself before a wave of warriors and gaunts and opened fire. They reached him anyway. Bonezords pierced his armor. Gaunts climbed his legs. He killed until the mass buried him, then overloaded his power core. The explosion cleared the right approach exactly as Perturabo had required. "Forward," said the Primarch. The Iron Warriors went in. The chamber became a butchery of iron and nerve. Terminators smashed through neurogaunts, pulping them underfoot or blowing them apart with combi bolters. A zoanthrope unleashed a psychic lance that crushed a hunter servitor into a ball of folded metal and flesh. Drex redirected a gravitic hook into the creature's swollen skull, dragging it low enough for an obliterator to grow a cannon from its shoulder and fire through its face. Tyranid warriors met the grave anvil at close range. Bonezords rang against power mauls. Chain fists chewed chitin and tendon. Barax lost 2 fingers to a warrior's blade, then drove his fist through its chest and tore out something that looked like a heart, but beat in command pulses. The neuro-tyrant recoiled, not from fear, but from damage to the chamber's lattice. Drex reached it through the gap Perturabo had made with other warriors' deaths. His demon iron parasites launched from the rune cage on his back. They flew like black insects made of hooks, teeth, and hate, their wings buzzing with trapped warp whispers, nearly smothered by the shadow. Several died before reaching the neuro-tyrant, crushed in the psychic pressure around its crown. Others struck home. They bit into the synaptic crest, drilling through chitin, nerve tissue, and bioplasmic membrane. Chains of scrap code uncoiled from their bodies and sank into the alien node. The neuro-tyrant screamed. The scream did not make sound. It made the world bend. The shadow lashed back through the feedback channel. Half the hunter servitors died instantly, their skulls bursting as their auger crowns overloaded. Sorcerer thralls stationed miles away in warded chambers convulsed and cracked, their minds splitting under the returning alien pressure. Mortal slaves throughout the district vomited blood and fell twitching. Even the Iron Warriors felt it as a spike driven behind the eyes. Drex staggered but held the channel. "Connection established," he rasped. "Unstable. Node wounded. Not slain." "Withdrawal," Morn ordered. Perturabo overrode him. "Maintain for 3 more heartbeats." The neuro-tyrant writhed in the living chamber, parasites chewing into its crown, its synapse howling through every nerve wall. The Tyranids surged toward Drex. Barax and the remaining Terminators formed a wall of iron around him, dying by inches, firing into the oncoming mass. 1 heartbeat. Drex saw digestion, hunger, command. 2 heartbeats. The feedback widened. 3 heartbeats. Perturabo received the impression it was not thought, it was not speech, it was not even consciousness as mortals, demons, primarchs, or gods understood the word. It was an abyss of appetite so vast that it made all lesser hungers absurd. It contained no pride, no vengeance, no shame, no memory in the human sense. It was an oceanic command to consume, adapt, overcome, reclaim, and move onward. Worlds were not conquests. Civilizations were not enemies. Souls were not prizes. The long war, with all its bitterness and oaths and blood-soaked centuries, seemed for one impossible instant like a local infection on a single piece of meat. The impression vanished. The channel collapsed in a storm of dead signals and ruptured flesh. Drex was thrown backward, armor smoking, parasites burned to slag around the neurotyrant's crown. The alien node drifted away into the pulsing dark, wounded but alive, shielded by a surge of warriors and living walls closing like a mouth. Morn waited for rage. He expected it. Any lord would rage at failure. Any warlord would curse the wounded prey escaping into its own hive. Any lesser tyrant would demand bodies to pay for the insult. Perturabo did not rage. In the high strategium, beneath the rotating corpse ledgers and the unfinished geometry of the infinite citadel, the Lord of Iron stood very still. He had looked for the briefest moment into a hunger without ego. He did not recoil. He smiled. Perturabo gave the order, while the neuro-tyrant still bled through the stolen signal. Not blood as men understood it. Not blood as even the Iron Warriors understood it. Thick and black beneath cracked ceramite, hot with gene-wrought spite. The wounded synaptic node bled command. It bled pressure. It bled fragments of process through the demon iron parasites Warpsmith Drex had nailed into its crown. The channel shuddered through broken relays, dead hunter servitors, screaming slave brains, and warded cogitators whose brass casings sweated black oil under the strain. In the high strategium, the feed should have been severed. Perturabo did not allow it. He stood among corpse ledgers and planetary maps, while the shadow in the warp pressed like a drowning ocean against the bastion walls. The iron lattice flickered around him, its kill grids trembling beneath psychic interference. Vol Secundus rotated in the hololith as a wound of red and iron, its surface crawling with Tyranid spread patterns, Iron Warriors' artillery marks, demon engine failures, void shield stress points, and the unfinished architecture of the infinite citadel. The Lord of Iron looked upon the digestion zones growing across the southern manufacturum district. He looked upon the capillary towers drinking the dead. He looked upon the pools turning bodies into structured matter. Then he spoke. Their reclamation systems will be taken. Warsmith Kravek Morn turned from the casualty displays. His armor was still marked with Xeno's ichor from Bastion Theta, and the acid had eaten pale scars into the iron of his breastplate. My lord? Perturabo's eyes did not leave the projections. Dead Tyranid matter, failed demons, slave corpses, forge waste, corrupted gene seed residue, powdered adamantium, rendered armor. All of it will be fed into captured digestion systems. Morn stared at the pulsing enemy growths on the map. To poison them? To build? No one in the strategium spoke. Perturabo raised one clawed hand, and the projected geometry of the infinite citadel unfolded through the air, not as a fortress alone, but as a chain of world anchors, orbital plates, warp conductors, siege moons, cannon shrines, and bastion planets, joined by brutal logic. Vol Secundus glowed at the edge of the design. Its place had been iron. Now that iron would require flesh. The great Devourer converts war into material, said Perturabo. It wastes nothing except that which it cannot yet understand. We will improve the principle. Morn felt disgust rise in him. Not moral disgust. Such a weakness belonged to priests, poets, and men who died wondering why the galaxy had not rewarded their decency. His disgust was doctrinal. Iron was iron. Stone was stone. A wall was a refusal made solid. A fortress did not breathe. It did not heal. It did not hunger. It endured because it had no desire. Perturabo turned his gaze upon him. You object again? Morn did not lower his eyes. Iron should be iron, my lord. Stone should be stone. The wall must obey because it cannot do otherwise. Perturabo descended from the strategium dais. Every step made the deck plates groan. The iron warriors around them became very still. Iron is not purity, Perturabo said. Iron is obedience under pressure. Morn accepted the rebuke in silence. Teach the flesh to obey, said the Lord of Iron, or bury yourself beneath something that will. Warpsmith Drex received the command with something close to rapture. His new manufactorum had been raised around Refinery Crucible 7, an Imperial processing complex torn open by bombardment and half swallowed by Tyranid growth. Its furnace vats had once rendered ore slurry and munitions stabilizers. Now they held a mixture that made even corrupted machine spirits whine in revulsion. Dead Tyranids were dragged in by chain haulers and slave columns, gaunt bodies by the thousands, warrior corpses still twitching with reflex, gargoyle wings in black heaps, ripper swarms crushed under rollers and shoveled into intake mouths, fragments of the Norn assimilator carved from the gate of Bastion Theta, while the pinned beast still convulsed in the wall. Failed demons were bound into iron cages and forced into the vats as flickering fragments of hate, each one shrieking as the shadow weakened it enough for matter to swallow. Slave corpses arrived by the cartload, some fresh, some burned, some scraped from trenches as paste. Forge waste followed, glowing slag, coolant poison, powdered adamantium, pulverized ceramite, scrap code etched metal filings, corpse starch, and the ground bones of men who had once prayed to the Omnissiah. Drex named the result bioferric mortar. It was not mortar in any sane sense. It was a living construction paste, thick as clotting blood and dark as wet iron. It pulsed in the vats, not with a heart, but with many small attempts at rhythm. Tyranid reclamation organisms labored inside it, bound by sigils burned into the mixture with demon-heated brands. Powdered adamantium gave it bite. Corpse starch gave it mass. Demon binding marks forced the living particles into obedience. Warp reactive slag made it hostile to the feeder organisms trying to reclaim it. When poured into molds, it grew. When cooled, it hardened. When cracked, it healed. When cut, it screamed. The first test wall was raised inside the refinery nave. Slaves operated the winches, their hands wrapped in bloody rags, their eyes wide above rebreathers clogged with ash. The mortar flowed into the frame with muscular reluctance, gripping the sides, pulsing around reinforcement rods, swallowing bolts, teeth, loose tools, and the fingers of a worker too slow to pull back. The man screamed as the mixture climbed his arm. Overseers held him in place while Drex observed. The flesh of his hand dissolved first. His bones remained, then blackened, then fused into the wall as branching white supports. His augmetic wrist sparked once and became part of the structure. The wall shuddered. A face appeared in it for a moment, blind and stretched, then sank beneath the dark surface. Drex struck it with a saw-edged mechadendrite. The wall opened under the cut and screamed in three voices, one human, one mechanical, one something that had never possessed a throat. Then it healed around the blade and trapped it. Drex tore the mechadendrite free, leaving teeth embedded in the surface. The wall sealed them inside. Viable, he voxed. Perturabo watched the test through a relay feed. Continue. The Tyranids reacted before the second wall was raised. The hive mind recognized the theft. The response rolled through the southern district like a shiver through exposed nerves. Broods abandoned feeding pits. Ripper carpets withdrew from corpse fields. Gargoyles veered away from wounded slave columns. Warriors turned from easier prey and moved toward Refinery Crucible 7 with sudden, unified purpose. The swarm did not rage at violation. It did not understand insult. It understood that its own processes had been seized, redirected, made hostile to reclamation. It corrected. The war around the refineries became more savage than the siege lines. Imperial captives were forced into the manufactorum vats because living hands were still useful where machines failed. Skitari, with broken command protocols, stirred the mixture with crane arms. Cadian survivors hauled chain buckets beneath the guns of iron warriors' overseers. Penal laborers climbed scaffolds slick with mortar and ichor, bolting forms into place while spores ate at their skin. Mutant auxiliaries, strong enough to carry reinforcement beams, worked until the fumes blistered their lungs and their bodies sagged under their own weight. Those who fell into the vats did not always die at once. A laborer slipped from a gantry and vanished waist-deep into the dark paste. He screamed for 3 full breaths before the mixture reached his lungs. His arms thrashed above the surface. The mortar climbed him, absorbed him, patterned itself around his bones. When the next wall section was poured, his spine emerged inside it, perfectly aligned with the reinforcement grid, nerves still twitching beneath a translucent sheath of black iron flesh. A Skitarii ranger lost footing near a feeder channel. The mortar swallowed his legs, then his torso, but his augmetic systems continued transmitting. His final binharic burst became part of the wall's resonance. The finished section clicked in machine rhythm for an hour before the Iron Warriors silenced it with nails. Perturabo's cruelty deepened in function. He did not merely kill enemies, he turned them into load-bearing structures. He did not merely defeat Tyranids, he made hunger serve architecture. The first Tyranid countermeasure arrived as heat and acid. Pyrovores waddled through the spore haze, their bodies bloated with internal furnace organs, belching streams of burning biofluid across the outer refinery works. Where the flames touched ordinary flesh, it charred. Where they touched bioferric mortar, the wall shrieked and hardened, its surface blistering with black nodules. Toxicrenes followed, towering masses of tendrils and poison sacs, their limbs dragging through trenches and across barricades, exhaling clouds that dissolved the worker lines. Men collapsed with lungs melting in their chests. Servitors sparked and fell apart. Exposed mortar softened under the chemical assault and tried to crawl away from its own frame. Acid-spewing organisms came behind them, bred or selected to dissolve the new wall medium. Their streams struck the first refinery bastion and ate deep channels through the living surface. The wall screamed, split, and exposed the bones and augmetics of those trapped within. For one moment, the hive mind's reclamation threads began to drink from the exposed wound. Perturabo's engineers responded by adding warp-reactive slag. The slag came from dead demon engines and burned never-born cages, ground into black glitter and mixed into the next batches. It did not make the mortar pure. It made it hateful. When Tyranid feeder organisms touched it, their tissues ignited from within. Rippers that tried to chew the fresh wall burst like overripe fruit. Capillary roots blackened and recoiled. Acid streams still wounded the surface, but the exposed layers burned the things attempting to reclaim them. Drex watched the result with cracked laughter hissing through his vox mask. "Obedience under pressure," he whispered. The battle for Refinery Crucible 7 began under a sky without stars. Tyranid warriors led the first assault through the refinery yards, boneswords raised, carapaces painted in ash and blood. They came behind a screen of gaunts and venomthrope fog, moving with synapse precision toward the vat houses and wall-molding frames. Iron warriors' armor columns rolled out to meet them. Predators advanced in firing wedges, autocannons chattering, lascannons stabbing through fog. Vindicators moved at the center, siege shields lowered, demolisher cannons already elevated for point-blank ruin. The warriors hit the first tank line with shocking discipline. They did not waste themselves on the frontal armor. Raveners burst from beneath the treads. Hormagaunts leapt onto vision slits. A warrior drove both boneswords into a predator's sponson mount and tore the weapon assembly free, dragging the gunner out with it in a ruin of armor plate, cables, and red meat. Another climbed the hull under heavy bolter fire and punched through the top hatch, pulling the crew commander out in pieces before a lascannon from the next tank cut the Xenos in half. Carnifexes smashed into the second line. A Vindicator fired its demolisher cannon at point-blank range into the first beast's chest. The shell detonated inside the Carnifex and blew its upper body apart in a storm of chitin, acid, and organs. The legs took 3 more steps before collapsing under the smoking ruin. The next Carnifex struck the Vindicator before the cannon reloaded, lifting the tank by its siege shield and overturning it with a shriek of tortured metal. Gaunts swarmed the underbelly. The crew fired pistols through the escape hatch until claws opened it from the outside and dragged them into the ash. Another predator was peeled open like a ration tin. Monstrous claws punched through the side armor, spread, and tore. The tank's internal compartment burst into fire. A crewman crawled out, missing half his face, only for a Ripper swarm to find him before the flames did. He vanished beneath the little bodies, boots kicking, blood spraying in brief arcs between their teeth. Iron warriors countered with brutal calm. Havocs on refinery gantries poured autocannon fire into warrior broods. Obliterators strode through the smoke, their arms blooming into melter cannons, plasma throats, and flesh-grown missile pods. Demon engines slammed into carnifexes and died, tearing them apart. The bioferric walls behind the Iron Warriors shuddered with every impact, healing where shrapnel split them, screaming whenever acid found the buried living matter inside. Morn commanded from the refinery gate, his voice a chain of orders stripped of all excess. Left armor wedge, reverse by 3 vehicle lengths. Vindicator line, fire into melee. Ignore friendly proximity. Havocs, kill the synapse beasts. Drex, seal that vat before the Xenos reach it. A runner approached through the smoke, or tried to. He had no time to speak before a barb-gaunt payload pinned him to the gate by the chest. He kicked against the metal, mouth opening and closing. Morn looked at him once, then back to the battle. "Remove the obstruction," he said. A slave with a chain hook dragged the dying man aside. Then something entered the command vox on a channel that should have been dead. Static first, then a wet mechanical breath, then a voice that had once belonged to Varnak Threx. I was not dismissed. Morn turned. A hellbrute strode through the refinery smoke. It was new only in the sense that its sarcophagus had been recently sealed. The chassis was old, brutal, and asymmetrical. A slab of black iron, pistons, chains, horned armor plates, and weapon arms heavy enough to tear walls apart. The sarcophagus at its heart still bore fresh welds. Acid scars had been cut from Varnak Threx's ruined armor and bolted around the frame as relic plates. His name had not been honored with purity seals or funeral markings. It had been engraved into the kill tally plate beneath the word operational. He had been recovered from Bastion Theta, more dead than alive. His flesh cooked inside his armor, one eye burst, organs failing, limbs ruined. The 4th Legion had not mourned him. They had installed him. His first act in his new body was to charge a carnifex that had broken through the right armor wedge. Threx struck it with a power fist, large enough to crush a bunker door. The impact shattered the beast's forelimb and drove it sideways into a burning predator. The carnifex answered by impaling the hellbrute through the torso plating. Threx's vox became a burst of static and laughter without joy. His other arm, fitted with a multi-melter, fired into the creature's open mouth. The carnifex's head vanished in white heat. The hellbrute tore the body apart and hurled the halves into the gaunts behind it. Morn watched him fight. There was no pride in the sight. There was instruction. Even the honored dead of the Iron Warriors were not released from utility. Even survival was not mercy. Varnak Threx had not escaped the war by dying badly enough. He had been made into another weapon and thrown back into the equation. "Threx," Morn voxed, "hold the right breech." The hellbrute turned its sarcophagus lenses toward him. I heard the first order. Then he moved into the smoke, crushing gaunts beneath his feet, weapons roaring, coffin hearts screaming through the vox as if hatred alone kept the ruined man alive. By nightfall, if night meant anything beneath a sky of spores and burning oil, Refinery Crucible 7 still stood. Its walls had grown thicker, its vats had multiplied, its screams had become part of the background noise of the war. Drex reported the first stable production sequence to the High Strategium, while crews poured bioferric mortar into new molds along the refinery perimeter. Tyranid corpses entered one side of the system. Screaming wall matter emerged from the other. The process was inefficient, dangerous, and abominable. Perturabo approved it. Then the captured neurotyrant signal changed. The demon iron parasite, still embedded in the wounded synaptic node, began transmitting a different pressure. Not the broad command pulse of gaunts, not the crushing field that had broken demon engines across the fronts. This was narrower, sharper, a lance of intent passing through the shadow. Drex's cogitators caught fragments before 3 of them burst and killed the adepts wired into their thrones. In the high strategium, the hololith flickered. A new pattern formed across the swarm, not toward the walls, not toward the refineries, toward the command locus. Morn stared at the rune drawing itself through the Tyranid advance. Another breach organism? Drex's voice came through as a rasp of static and awe. No, the signal is not aimed at architecture. It is aimed at command identity. Perturabo looked at the path forming across the planet, through ash plains, digestion jungles, shattered bastions, and the meat-clogged avenues of Vol Secundus. The hive mind had spawned another apex answer, not to breach the wall, to reach him. The Lord of Iron stood among the maps, the corpse ledgers, the screaming architecture, and the stolen hunger of the great Devourer. His smile faded. His eyes burned colder. "Let it come," he said. Perturabo descended. The order was not announced across the war net. It did not need to be. The Iron Warriors felt it before the first transport engine ignited, before the strategium gates opened, before the vast shadow of their Gene Father moved from the high command bastion into the furnace light of Vol Secundus. Something changed in the pressure of the war. Vox discipline sharpened. Arguments between warsmiths ceased mid-sentence. Artillery officers corrected their own firing solutions before reprimand could come. Mortal overseers stopped whipping the slave gangs because even the lash seemed too loud beneath the weight of what approached. Across the demon engine pens, monsters lowered their heads. Defilers stilled on their bladed limbs, their brass throats growling softly as bound Neverborn pressed themselves against the inner limits of their cages. Forge fiends stopped worrying at their chains. Mauler fiends dragged iron claws through the ash and held their rage in trembling restraint. Even the hellbrutes became quieter. The ancient, mutilated things within their sarcophagi still hated, still screamed inside their iron coffins, but their voices sank beneath the deeper authority moving through the fortress. The Lord of Iron was leaving the height of calculation and entering the equation. He came down through the bastion in a procession without banners. He required none. Icons were for the insecure. Trumpets were for kings who needed ears to tell them they existed. Perturabo's presence was proof enough. The corridors shook beneath his tread. Lumen strips dimmed and guttered as he passed. Servitors dropped to their knees, whether by command glitch or animal terror, no one bothered to classify. Iron warriors lined the route in silence, helms lowered, bolters locked to breastplates, hazard stripes dulled by ash and blood. He was monstrous, but not in the manner of simple monsters. He was not a berserker godling made of wrath and red ruin. He was not a plague-crowned monarch of rot, dragging worlds into swollen resignation. Perturabo was control given impossible mass, a walking siege theorem wrapped in demon-forged iron, bitterness, intellect, and the weight of 10,000 years of contempt. His armor was not ornamented for beauty. It was a mobile fortress of layered plates, integrated weapons, servo mechanisms, furnace cores, warded pistons, and black iron logic. Spite lived in every line of him, but it had been machined into function. His hatred did not froth. It measured. His deadliest weapon was not the strength that could break a battle tank under one hand. It was not the guns worked into his armor, nor the servo limbs that moved around him like execution engines, nor the demon-locked systems humming beneath plates thick enough to defy ordinary siege weapons. His deadliest weapon remained the mind that saw war as structure, weakness as load failure, loyalty as assumed pressure, and victory as a shape to be forced upon reality. Warsmith Kravek Morn waited for him at the primary embarkation gate of Bastion Theta. The gate still bore the sealed wound where the Norn assimilator had been trapped and burned. Its fused remains had been carved away in sections and sent to the refineries, but the wall had not stopped, screaming entirely. When the wind crossed the scar, the bioferric mortar groaned in a voice made of dead Xenos, dead slaves, and broken machine spirits. Morn bowed his head as Perturabo entered the gate chamber. "My lord, the apex signal continues its approach through the eastern ash storm. All batteries are ranged. Titan engines await permission to engage. Restraint geometry prepared at the third enclosure. Perturabo looked past him into the burning world. Hold all nearby formations. Morn lifted his head. All formations? All. If the organism reaches command range, my lord, its target is clear. Yes. Then layered intervention would preserve command integrity. Perturabo's gaze turned to him. It was not anger. Anger would have been warmer. Do not confuse preservation with control. Morn lowered his eyes again. By your will. By mathematics, said Perturabo. Outside, the apocalypse widened. Titans walked in the distance, half obscured by ash storms and spore fog. Their silhouettes strode through the ruin like old gods condemned to artillery work. Plasma annihilators flashed against the horizon, white suns birthing and dying in the same heartbeat. Volcano cannons answered the shapes of Hierophant bio-titans moving through the smoke, immense Tyranid organisms whose limbs pierced the ash plains like living cathedral spires. A god engine's war horn bellowed, and a Hierophant replied not with sound, but with a convulsion of living artillery that sent acidic death across a kilometer of trenches. Orbital debris fell through the sky. The dead defense ring had become a rain of metal. Burning plates tumbled through spore storms, dragging tails of fire and frozen bodies. Some were caught by Tyranid feeder clouds and broken apart before reaching the ground. Others struck the surface and became new craters, crushing gaunts, slaves, demon engines, tanks, and gun nests without distinction. One fragment of an Imperial Lance platform came down beyond the western walls and burst apart in a storm of reactor light, briefly showing the whole battlefield in terrible clarity. There were trenches overflowing with bodies. There were demon engines locked in close battle with Carnifex broods, iron claws tearing chitin, while talons ripped furnace hearts from their housings. There were iron warriors firing until their barrels glowed, until ripper swarms climbed their legs, until flamers washed over friend and foe alike. There were billions of gaunts still dying against the iron lattice, each death another flicker in the planetary calculation, each corpse another piece of ground the next organism used to climb. Through it all, the Norn emissary came. It moved unlike the assimilator. The first Norn had been a fortress murderer, heavy with direct purpose, a biological ram given teeth and thought. This one was leaner in motion despite its immense size, moving with unnatural agility through the storm. It crossed shell craters without slowing, stepped through collapsing manufactorum ribs, and flowed around tank traps as if the battlefield had already been tasted and understood. Its limbs were long, bladed, and precise. Its head lowered not toward walls, but toward the command locus where Perturabo stood. Around it, lesser Tyranids died, creating the path. Gargoyles threw themselves into flak bursts to blind the guns. Gaunts filled mines with their bodies. Venomthrope clouds thickened at exactly the wrong angles for Lascanon nests. Warriors and zoanthropes shaped the approach, but the emissary did not need their courage, their hunger, or their noise. It hunted command. Morn watched it through a picked feed that kept bleeding static at the edges. Permission to open with all batteries? No, Perturabo said. My lord, it is within macro range. It has been within macro range for several minutes. You are observing survival, not vulnerability. Morn bit down on the words rising behind his teeth. Perturabo stepped out through the gate and onto the ash plain beyond Bastion Theta. The air trembled around him. Spores burned when they touched his armor. Ash broke against the fields surrounding his plate and fell aside in black streams. He walked toward a triangular expanse between three ruined bastion spurs, a place half buried beneath dead gaunts, broken armor, and the cooling remains of a Prometheum flood. Bioferric wall sections had been raised. There during the night, ugly and dark, their surfaces twitching beneath chains of demon sigils. Void shield pylons stood at the points of the triangle, disguised beneath wreckage and dead artillery housings. Beneath the ash, gravitic anchors slept. Morn saw the geometry only when Perturabo entered it. The trap had been there before the emissary had crossed the outer killing fields. The Lord of Iron stopped at its center. All Iron Warriors within the third enclosure will hold position and not interfere unless commanded, Perturabo voxed. A chorus answered across the net. Iron within, iron without. This is not a duel, Perturabo said. It is measurement. The Norn emissary entered the enclosure at speed. The first strike came without warning. It crossed the final distance in a blur of chitin and pale blade limbs, faster than a thing of its mass had any right to move. Psychic pressure hit before the talons did, a focused spear of the shadow that crushed mortal minds in the nearby trenches. Slaves vomited blood and died into the mud. A cult overseer tore his own jaw loose trying to scream. Even several Iron Warriors staggered as warning runes flashed across their helms. Perturabo did not move until the last instant. One servo weapon fired from his armor, a burst of high-velocity rounds that struck the emissary's forward joint and altered its angle by a fraction. Not enough to stop it, enough to make the first talon miss his core and carve across his side instead. The blade gouged through outer plates, shearing away iron, demon warding, and a spray of blackened sparks. Something like blood, too dark and too hot, hissed where it struck the ash. Morn took one involuntary step forward. Perturabo's voice snapped across the vox. Hold! The emissary recoiled and struck again. This time it feinted high, then drove low toward the Primarch's leg. Perturabo turned, not with grace, but with inevitability. A servo limb caught the strike and broke under the pressure, but the break told him what he required. He seized the creature's secondary limb in one massive hand and crushed down. Chitin cracked. Internal fluid burst through the joint. The emissary twisted away before he could tear the limb free, sacrificing flesh to preserve motion. Perturabo watched it move. Reflex correction after restraint. High. The emissary's psychic assault intensified. Images slammed against Perturabo's mind, not as illusions crafted by malice, but as predatory certainty. Medrengard stripped to bare stone, and then to dust. The black fortresses of the Iron Warriors swallowed by capillary towers. Legionaries cracked from their armor, gene seed digested, bitterness rendered into nutrient slurry. The infinite citadel reduced to edible structure, its walls softened, its guns silenced, its geometry converted into feeding channels. The long war made meaningless, not by victory or defeat, but by consumption that did not know it had ended anything important. Perturabo stood within the pressure. His eyes narrowed. You mistake appetite for purpose. He moved then, not as a beast, but as a siege engine whose target had become mobile. A shoulder-mounted weapon spat fire into the emissary's flank, forcing it left. A hidden mine beneath the ash detonated beneath its rear limbs, not powerful enough to wound deeply, but placed to make it lift its weight in the direction Perturabo wanted. He struck during that lift. His fist crashed into its thorax with the sound of a collapsing bunker. Chitin broke inward. The emissary folded, then unfolded with hideous speed, striking at his helm with a blade limb. Perturabo allowed the blow to score his gorget, and answered by catching the limb at the base and wrenching until the joint split. The creature escaped by shedding part of itself. A lesser commander would have pressed the advantage directly. Perturabo stepped back. The emissary landed where he had wanted it to land. A ruined wall section behind it came alive with gravitic force. The beast was pulled sideways for half a heartbeat. In that moment, Perturabo smashed it through the remains of a fortress spur. Bioferric masonry screamed as the emissary's body struck it. The wall healed around broken chitin for an instant before the beast tore itself free, leaving black flesh paste and steaming ichor in the wound. Iron Warriors watched from every side, motionless under order. Some had bolters, raised. Some had lascannons sighted. Some had chain blades biting their own grips in restraint. They were not witnessing honor. They were watching their gene father test an apex weapon by permitting it to survive long enough to be understood. The emissary adapted its attacks. It stopped aiming for the thickest armor. It struck at field emitters, servo joints, weapon housings, exposed cabling, the brief gaps caused by prior movements. It used the psychic pressure not to overwhelm Perturabo entirely, but to distract during physical strikes. It was hunting the command mind through the fortress of his body. One blade slipped past his guard and pierced his upper chest plate. The impact staggered him half a step. Across the Vox, several iron warriors inhaled as one. Perturabo's gauntlet closed around the limb. He did not pull it free immediately. He held it in place, letting the emissary believe connection had value. Then the weapons in his armor fired at close range along the trapped limb. Shells and energy bursts crawled up the chitin like a line of detonations, shredding the joint from below. The emissary tore away, leaving part of its blade embedded in his armor. Perturabo removed the fragment and looked at it. Pain response suppressed, pattern preserved through damage. He threw the piece aside. Morn could endure no more. The warsmith saw the emissary shift low and fast, using the corpse piles as cover, angling toward Perturabo's damaged side. The predicted line crossed a blind quarter between two broken pylons. Morn knew the order. He also knew the cost if the Primarch fell, however remote that possibility might be. Pride, fear, loyalty, and calculation became one unforgivable motion. He stepped from cover and fired his combi melter into the emissary's flank. The blast struck true. Chitin vaporized. The beast turned. It covered the distance to Morn faster than his helm could finish the threat rune. A talon punched through his shoulder guard and out his back, lifting him from the ground. His armor locked around the wound. Both hearts hammered. He fired his bolter into the creature's face at point-blank range, shells bursting across its skull ridge. The emissary's other limb came up to cut him in half. Perturabo struck first. He hit the emissary from the side with enough force to drive both creature and impaled warsmith through a broken barricade of tanks. Morn was torn free and thrown across the ash. He landed hard, armor spraying blood through ruptured seals. The emissary regained its footing instantly, but Perturabo had already placed himself between it and the warsmith. The Lord of Iron did not look back. Morn. The warsmith tried to rise. Pain turned his vision red. My lord, you disobeyed. I intervened to preserve command. You intervened because your fear outran your comprehension. Morn pushed himself to one knee. Perturabo's next words were colder than execution. Stand. Morn froze. The emissary circled. Its head turned toward him, recognizing the usefulness of exposed command flesh, wounded but alive, a pressure point in the geometry. Perturabo continued. You will stand in the open until ordered otherwise. Morn understood the punishment and the use in the same instant. He was bait. He rose. Blood ran down his armor and pattered onto the ash. He locked his boots into the ground and lowered his weapon. Every instinct told him to seek cover. Every lesson of the 4th Legion told him to obey the wall behind his life. The emissary came for him. Perturabo let it. The beast crossed into the triangle's inner measure, drawn by wounded command, by exposed hierarchy, by the signal of a warsmith left apparently vulnerable. It moved with killing speed, talons forward, psychic pressure focused into a spike that made Morn's vision fracture. He did not move. He tasted blood and iron. He heard his armor screaming warnings. He heard Perturabo's voice, not over the Vox, but from memory. Iron is obedience under pressure. The emissary reached the center of the hidden geometry. Perturabo closed his fist. The triangular kill chamber awakened. Bioferric walls rose from beneath ash and corpse slurry, unfolding from buried frames with wet, grinding cries. Their dark surfaces locked together, healing at the seams, faces and bones briefly surfacing before sinking into the living material. Void shield pylons at the 3. Points flared into life, their stolen imperial hearts screaming beneath demon sigils. Lines of warp, etched iron burned across the ground, forming a triangle around the emissary, each sigil fed by slave hearts buried alive below the ash. The Norn emissary struck the nearest wall. The wall screamed and held. It struck again, harder, chitin blades cutting deep. The wounds sealed around its limbs, trying to trap them. The void shield snapped inward, not as a dome, but as angled planes pressing toward the center. Demon sigils burned through the spore fog, their hate weakened by the shadow, but anchored by flesh, iron, and pain. Morn fell to one knee outside the chamber, alive because Perturabo still required him alive. Perturabo stood at the edge of the triangle, damaged armor smoking, dark blood hissing on the ash. The emissary turned toward him from within the trap, not defeated, not dead, still radiating purpose through the shadow, exactly where he wanted it. The Lord of Iron looked upon the apex hunter and began the next calculation. Perturabo had never been defending Vol Secundus, not in the way lesser commanders understood defense, not in the way imperial officers drew lines on trembling maps and prayed for those lines to hold, not in the way fortress lords spoke of bastions, sanctums, fallback positions, sacred soil, and the dead weight of honor. Defense was a crude word, a word for men who waited behind walls and called endurance victory. The Lord of Iron had been shaping. He had shaped the first Tyranid descent with bait corridors of warm bodies. He had shaped the underwear by letting the enemy commit itself beneath the forge until the lower strata became a loaded charge. He had shaped the first Norn against the wall and measured how hunger broke architecture. He had shaped the refineries into blasphemous organs where the great Devourer's own reclamation systems were chained to Iron Warrior's purpose. He had shaped the emissary's hunt by allowing it to believe it had chosen the angle of attack. Every loss had been a mark in the greater geometry, every trench overrun, every slave eaten, every demon engine smothered by the shadow, every Iron Warrior crushed beneath chitin or drowned in acid had been placed somewhere within the design. Vol Secundus was not a battlefield around him. It was a diagram drawn in ash, meat, and iron, and the Tyranids had been moving through it since the first spore touched the ground. The Norn emissary thrashed inside the triangular kill chamber. Bioferric walls groaned around it, dark living surfaces flexing under the pressure of its blows. The thing was too strong for confinement to be simple. Its talons carved deep wounds in the screaming mortar, opening seams where human bones, augmetics, demon slag, and Tyranid reclamation fibers showed beneath the surface. The wounds sealed around the blades and tried to hold them. Void shield planes pressed inward from the three pylons, bending and trembling under the emissary's psychic force. Demon sigils burned across the ground, their flame guttering under the shadow, but refusing to die while the slave hearts buried below them still beat. The emissary was not afraid. It was bait. The hive mind understood injury. It understood threat to command organisms. It understood that the apex node it had made to hunt Perturabo had been pinned, wounded, and surrounded. That understanding moved through the swarm with terrifying speed. The Tyranids came to reinforce it. Zoanthropes drifted from the southern corpse continent, their swollen skulls blazing with alien pressure. Tyrant Guard advanced in ranks like living bulwarks, their bodies armored thick enough to shrug off heavy bolter fire. Hive tyrants moved behind the waves, crowned in synaptic authority, weapons pulsing, blades wet with ash rain. Tyranid warriors led the lesser broods through gaps in the artillery storms, preserving command coherence where lesser organisms died in heaps. Farther back, through spore haze and the black curtains of venomthrope fog, the wounded neurotyrant node pulsed again, renewed, redirected, and furious in the only way such a thing could be furious, not with emotion, but with intensified purpose. Perturabo watched the convergence from the edge of the kill chamber. Warsmith Morn knelt behind him in the ash, one shoulder pierced through, his armor sealed around the wound by emergency clamps. Blood leaked from him in a slow rhythm, black under the red battlefield light. He had been punished and spared in the same motion. The lesson remained in his flesh. "My lord," Morn said, voice rough through his vox grill, "enemy synapse masses are redirecting toward the enclosure." "Yes." "All major organisms within regional range are committing." "Yes." "The chamber will become the center of the front." Perturabo looked toward the distant corpse continent, where psychic lightning crawled through the spore clouds. "It already is." The ground began to tremble. At first it seemed another artillery pattern. Then the tremor deepened, became sustained, became rhythmic. Across Vol Secundus, buried locks opened inside the Forge Bastion's plasma vaults. Imperial void shield generators screamed as their machine spirits were forced into new harmonics. Dark Mechanicum soul furnaces, built from captured reactors, demon cages, sacrificial stacks, and the screaming remnants of failed engines ignited beneath the refineries. Hijacked Tyranid digestion systems convulsed as control sigils burned into their living channels. Capillary towers that the Iron Warriors had not destroyed were chained instead, their roots redirected through iron ducts, their feeder mouths forced open by hooks of black adamantium. The grand attrition engine awoke. It was not a single machine. It was a continent made into machinery. From the outer corpse trenches to the deepest forge routes, from refinery crucible 7 to the sealed underworks, from captured Imperial plasma vaults to bioferric wall molds, Vol Secundus began to grind. Vast intake gates opened beneath corpse fields. Trenches sloped as hidden plates shifted. Ash plains cracked, revealing toothed conveyors the size of roadways. Gravity anchors pulled heaps of bodies, wrecked tanks, dead gaunts, broken demon engines, shattered skitari, slave carcasses, and loose chitin into the mouths of the system. Prometheum rivers were rerouted into furnace throats. Digestion pools were forced through pressure channels, where Tyranid reclamation organisms were beaten into obedience by warp-reactive slag and iron law. The device did not explode. It consumed through mechanism. It ground biomass, ash, metal, demon residue, corpse starch, blood, broken armor, and alien organs into a single screaming foundation matter. The sound of it rose through the planet like a new tectonic language, grinding teeth, pumping vats, chain elevators, furnace bellows, living walls sobbing as fresh material was poured into them. Men trapped in the machinery became reinforcement. Tyranids caught in the intake channels became mortar. Demon remnants became heat, hatred, and binding. The infinite citadel had tasted flesh. Now it began to feed. The Tyranids responded with full adaptive fury. Hierophants strode through the ash wastes, their towering bodies swaying above the lesser swarms, limbs punching into the ground with the force of siege piles. One moved through macro-artillery impacts that stripped plates from its hide, but did not halt it. Its bio-cannons spat arcs of living death across the Iron Warriors' lines, carving trenches into red spray and broken plate. In the far distance, a corrupted god engine turned and fired a volcano cannon into the beast's thorax. The blast opened it from shoulder to abdomen, spilling organs like burning cables. Yet the Hierophant continued until a second shot took one leg out from beneath it and toppled it into a minefield that erupted beneath its falling mass. Harridans descended through the storm, vast winged shapes carrying warrior broods beneath them. They dropped their cargo behind the Iron Warriors' lines, and suddenly synaptic killers were inside ammunition yards, artillery parks, and the outer approaches to the attrition engine. Morlocks erupted beneath macro gun foundations, swallowing crews and tipping whole batteries into sinkholes rimmed with acid. Raveners poured through the cracks after them. The sky rained spores so thick that respirators clogged with living matter. Mortal slaves clawed at their masks as the filters pulsed and sprouted. Some suffocated standing, others tore the masks away and inhaled organisms that rooted in their throats before they could scream. Iron Warriors died by the thousands, then by tens of thousands. They died in trenches flooded with gaunts. They died beneath Carnifex charges that broke bunkers and crushed bodies inside armor. They died when zoanthropes cracked void shield nodes and psychic pressure turned firing galleries into tombs. They died when Harridan carried broods dropped behind them and opened their backs with bone zords. They died when the grand attrition engine pulled too greedily and entire gun lines slid into grinding intake channels with the enemy they had been firing upon. Perturabo spent them without hesitation. Morn watched veteran companies vanish from his tactical display. These were not fresh renegades or mortal trash. These were warriors of the long war, siege masters, breachers, havocs, terminators, killers, whose memories reached back through centuries of ash and hate. Their icons went black one by one around the kill chamber. "My lord," Morn said, forcing the words through pain and discipline. "Permission to withdraw the veteran companies from the Eastern Intake Front. Their loss will degrade future Citadel operations." Perturabo did not look at him. Veterans are valuable because they understand loss. The emissary struck the wall again. A crack ran halfway up the bioferric surface before healing in a wet shudder. Perturabo finished. "Remind them." Morn transmitted the denial. The veteran companies held. They died correctly. Inside the inner forge sanctum, Skitarii Marshal Orest Zane heard the world begin eating itself. The plasma choir shook around him. Imperial void shields, no longer fully under loyalist command, flickered in stolen rhythm with the iron lattice and the grand attrition engine. The survivors had been sealed in and used as another layer of defense, but the layer was cracking. Through the sanctum's wounded glass, Zane saw Tyranid swarms pressing against the outer shield and Iron Warriors' artillery firing over them into the same space. The traitors had trapped his force between use and digestion. He understood the equation. He rejected only its ownership. "We deny the plasma sanctum," he said. The remaining Cadian officer beside him laughed once, a dry sound full of blood. "With what?" Zane raised his remaining hand. His augmetic eye clicked through the tactical debris, selecting servitors, surviving Skitarii, half-charged plasma cells, demolition rights, and the last functional access to the sanctum's lower conduits. "With ourselves." The final breakout from the inner forge was not glorious. It was ugly, disciplined, and doomed. Skitarii marched first. Red robes burned black. Radium carbines firing into both Xenos and traitor silhouettes. Combat servitors followed, heavy weapons grafted into their torsos, tracks crushing the bodies of fallen men beneath them. Cadian remnants came behind with laser guns, bayonets, grenades, and the last ragged banners of a world already dead. Orest Zane walked at the center beneath a flickering halo of machine code, his broken arm clamped shut, his voice issuing Binharic commands and blunt human orders in alternating bursts. They punched through the first sealed gate with stolen plasma charges. They emerged into hell. Tyranid gaunts turned toward them. Iron Warriors' gun nests rotated. The grand attrition engine's intake fields pulled at the ground ahead, dragging bodies and loose metal toward grinding mouths. Zane led his survivors toward the plasma sanctum's exterior regulators, where a properly placed overload could deny both sides the heart of Vol Secundus. Morn saw them on the feed. For one breath, he considered letting them run farther. Their detonation might damage the plasma routes. Their corpses might still be useful. Their presence might draw another Tyranid wave into a kill box. Then the Marshal's route aligned too closely with a Citadel load node. "Artillery," Morn said. The guns answered. Basilisk shells fell behind the Imperial breakout, pushing them forward. Medusa rounds struck the front of their line and turned Skitarii into red robes wrapped around metal splinters. A demolisher shell landed among the Cadian remnants and lifted them in pieces, men and weapons and banners reduced to a cloud of meat, smoke, and torn cloth. Zane survived the first strike. He rose from the crater with one leg damaged, still moving, still transmitting. Morn marked him manually. Again, a heavy shell landed close enough to erase the Marshal's outline from the feed. When the smoke cleared, Orest Zane was gone as a body. Only fragments of red armor, augmetic bone, and a broken command staff remained among the churned mud and dead. "Divert remains to the engine," Morn said. The intake plates shifted. The last organized defenders of Vol Secundus slid into the grinding channels with the Tyranids they had tried to deny. Cadian bones, Skitarii augmetics, servitor tracks, machine prayers, and the final stubbornness of Imperial command entered the grand attrition engine and became foundation matter. The Norn emissary broke part of its prison. It did so while the largest synaptic surge yet slammed into the kill chamber. Zoanthropes around the enclosure focused their psychic force, not on Perturabo, but on the void shield pylons. Tyrant Guard hurled themselves into the outer walls, dying against them to create mass and pressure. Hive tyrants directed warrior broods into the demon sigil lines, sending bodies to smother the slave-fed runes. The renewed neurotyrant node pulsed from the corpse continent, and the shadow narrowed into a blade. The western pylon failed. Not completely. Enough. The angled void plane buckled. The emissary struck the same bioferric wall section 3 times in the same wound. The wall screamed. Faces surfaced across it, mouths opening in fused agony. The 4th strike broke through. The emissary tore free in a shower of black living mortar, demon slag, bone, and ichor. It reached Perturabo again. There was no ceremony now, no measurement clean enough to resemble patience. The second clash was shorter and uglier. The emissary came with half its body shredded, limbs scored by chains, psychic crown bleeding pressure into the air. Perturabo met it amid collapsing towers, burning intake channels, and the thunder of the grand attrition engine. He did not stand in open ground. He used the wounded terrain itself. A broken wall leaned under gravitic strain. Perturabo struck its base with a servo weapon as the emissary lunged, dropping tons of screaming bioferric masonry across the creature's back. It tore free and sprang, only for buried chains to snap upward around one leg. The chains held for less than a breath. That was enough. Perturabo smashed a gravitic anchor with one fist and sent a slab of fortress floor-rising edge first into the emissary's side, breaking chitin and hurling the beast into the remains of a defense pylon. The emissary's psychic strike showed him Medrengard eaten again. Perturabo ignored it. It showed him iron warriors dissolved into digestion pools. Bitterness made nutrient. History made slurry. He stepped forward. It showed him the infinite citadel softened, swallowed, converted. He drove one taloned hand into the creature's wounded chest and fired an integrated weapon inside the cavity. The emissary convulsed. Its talons raked across his armor, opening plates, tearing cables, spilling dark fire from ruptured systems. Perturabo seized one limb and bent it backward until the joint exploded. The beast struck him with another, driving him into a wall hard enough to shatter the masonry behind him. He used the impact, triggered charges in the wall, and collapsed the whole section outward, burying the emissary beneath screaming mortar. It rose again. Perturabo had already activated the pylons. They were not shield pylons anymore. Not only that, Drex had altered them under orders given before the duel began. Their roots ran into the grand attrition engine. Their tips were hollow harpoons of fortress scale, loaded with demon iron anchors, gravitic locks, and flensing cables. The first pylon fired from below. It punched through the emissary's abdomen and pinned it upward. The second drove through its shoulder mass. The third missed the head as the beast twisted, but pierced the synaptic crown behind it and unfolded barbs inside the living command tissue. The emissary thrashed, suspended on the fortress pylons, limbs carving the air, psychic pressure hammering everything around it. Iron warriors nearby dropped to one knee but did not flee. Mortal slaves died outright. Demon engines howled and battered their heads against the ground. Perturabo stood before the impaled apex hunter. There was no honor in it, no duel completed, no trophy taken by hand to prove superiority. There was only siege logic. "Flens it," he said. The grand attrition engine obeyed. Cables shot from the pylons and sank into the emissary's synaptic crown. Hooked mechanisms opened the chitin plates. Demon iron parasites crawled into the wounds. The living command matter inside was stripped in pulsing strands, torn out while the organism still fought. The emissary's limbs hammered against the pylons. Its scream moved through the shadow, through the swarm, through the stolen feedback channels, through the walls of Vol Secundus itself. Drex watched the synaptic matter enter the engine's intake channels and begin to burn, dissolve, resist, and bind. "Material viable," he voxed, voice shaking. "Unstable, but viable." Perturabo looked across the battlefield. The local swarm recoiled, not in fear. Fear was too human, too small. The hive mind recalculated. The apex hunter had been used as bait, trapped, wounded, and fed into the enemy's machinery. The synaptic reinforcement mass had been drawn into range of the grand attrition engine. Biomass was being stolen faster than it could be reclaimed. The calculus of feeding had shifted. Across the ash plains, Tyranid capillary towers began to pulse in reverse. The splinter fleet started pulling biomass upward. Digestion pools convulsed and drained into living channels. Ripper swarms abandoned the dead and rushed toward reclamation routes. Gargoyles lifted nutrient sacs into the sky. Feeder tendrils from orbital organisms descended through spore storms, seeking to drink from the planet before the Iron Warriors could chain more of it into the Citadel's foundation. The hive mind would deny the harvest if it could not secure it. Perturabo saw the withdrawal pattern forming before Morn's cogitators finished marking it. "My lord," Morn said, blood still leaking from his ruined shoulder. "They are extracting mass from the surface. Orbital bioships are lowering feeder tendrils through the storm." The Lord of Iron turned his gaze upward, through ash, spores, burning wreckage, and the black shapes crowding the void. For the first time since the invasion began, his order carried the full weight of possession. "Begin the Void War." The guns of Vol Secundus tilted skyward. Perturabo watched the great Devourer try to pull its meal from his world. "Nothing leaves my table." Orbit over Vol Secundus became a butcher's ring. The broken moons drifted through fields of frozen corpses and shattered metal, each cratered body lit by the glow of burning defense platforms. Imperial stations that had once guarded the Forge world now tumbled in silence, their weapon decks torn open, their chapel domes venting air and bodies into the void. Dead crewmen spun among spent shells, broken servo skulls, lengths of prayer chain, chunks of armor glass, and fragments of sanctified plating. Some froze with hands still locked around weapons. Some had no hands. Some had no bodies, only helmets full of ice and blood. Through that corpse field, the Iron Warriors' fleet fired. Grand cruisers and strike vessels lay in staggered siege formation, void shields flaring blue and purple beneath the impact of bioplasma. Tyranid bioships loomed beyond them, immense things of chitin, tendon, mineral shell, and swollen organ sacs, moving through the void with the slow inevitability of drowned continents. Their mouths opened wider than bastion gates. Their feeder tendrils writhed through wreckage. Living torpedoes pulsed from their flanks and swam through space toward iron hulls. Spores burst against void shields and spread like rot across the energy skins, clinging, burning, probing for weakness. Lance fire cut back. Macro cannon broadsides hammered into the nearest bioship and tore glowing cavities through its hide. The creature vented oceans of frozen fluid and lesser organisms into space, but kept coming, its torn flesh sealing around blackened edges. A Tyranid vessel coiled around a dead defense platform and used the wreck as cover, feeding from it even while firing through its shattered ribs. Another drifted close to the cruiser Anvil of Bitterness and latched on with feeder limbs, chewing through the outer armor with mouthparts the size of hab blocks. Boarding organisms entered through the wounds. They came as acid worms, clawed things, spore sacs, and gaunt broods packed inside living cysts. They burst into gun decks, ammunition shrines, and crew arteries, flooding the ship's interior with claws and blind hunger. Mortal crews died screaming in the red lumen glow, their bodies torn from restraint thrones and stripped down in seconds. Servitors fired until rippers ate through their exposed brain. Tissue. Cult ratings clubbed gaunts with chain poles and were pulled apart under the guns they had once loaded. The Iron Warriors' counter boarded without haste. Terminators teleported into infested decks with combi bolters already firing. Their boots crushed rippers into paste. Chain fists opened swollen boarding cysts and spilled unfinished organisms across the deck, where murder servitors burned them with chem flame. Demon engines too small for open battlefield work stalked the corridors on hooked limbs, tearing through gaunts and crewmen alike when target distinction slowed them. Murder servitors advanced in blocks, saw arms whining, injector spikes pulsing, flesh hooks dragging living xenos into grinders mounted in their chests. A Tyranid warrior drove its bonezord through a Terminator's helm and pinned him to a bulkhead. The Iron Warrior's last act was to clamp both arms around the creature and trigger the melter charge built into his belt. The explosion filled the corridor with white heat, vaporizing warrior, legionary, gaunts, serfs, and sacred ship plating in the same instant. The corridor sealed automatically. The ship fought on. Perturabo's void strategy was simple. Every ship was a shell if he chose to fire it. The frigate Malediction of Stone was the first to be spent. Its captain reported heavy infestation across 3 decks, reactor access compromised, boarding organisms moving toward the plasma heart. He requested permission to withdraw from the feeding mass and purge internally. Perturabo denied him. The captain repeated the request once. A remote command rune executed him through his command throne, driving a spike of scrap code through the ship's loyal systems and detonating the explosive collar built beneath his throne dais. His officers had no time to object. Perturabo's override seized the frigate's drives, locked its course, and drove it into the open mouth of a Tyranid bioship that had been feeding from the debris field. The frigate vanished into the living maw. For several breaths, nothing happened. Then its plasma core overloaded. The bioship split from within, its mouth and throat bursting open in a silent flower of white fire, frozen gore, shredded chitin, iron plating, bodies, and reactor light. The shockwave threw lesser organisms outward and collapsed a tendril swarm, drawing biomass from the planet below. Iron Warrior's ships adjusted formation around the blast and continued firing. 2 more lesser vessels were allowed to become bait. One was boarded until its decks were carpeted in gaunts and rippers. Another was caught by feeder tendrils and dragged bodily into a cluster of living ships. Perturabo waited until the Tyranid mass had committed to feeding. Then he detonated both by remote command. Captains did not protest after that. Those who wished to live had learned that survival was not command authority. It was temporary permission. Below, the bioships reached for Vol Secundus. Feeder tendrils descended through the spore storms like pale roots from a hungry sky. They connected with capillary towers swelling across the corpse plains and manufactorum ruins. The towers pulsed as biomass rose through them, dead gaunts, dissolved slaves, rendered Skitari, broken iron warriors, Tyranid reclamation fluid, and the stolen matter of a world trying to become food again. The hive mind was pulling its harvest upward, not from fear, but from denial. What it could not efficiently take, it would strip away before Perturabo chained it into the infinite citadel. The Iron Warriors did not destroy the towers immediately. Perturabo forbade it. They waited until the towers were swollen. On the surface, gun crews watched the capillary structures bulge with rising matter, their translucent skins stretching around thick streams of slurry and half-processed meat. Some towers throbbed so violently that faces, claws, hands, bones, and broken armor plates pressed briefly against their inner walls before vanishing upward. Only when they reached peak load did the iron lattice mark them for fire. Then the guns spoke. Defense lasers cut the towers at their roots. Macro shells struck their midsections. Vindicators fired into their bases at point-blank range, where the things had grown through trench lines. Capillary towers burst across the battlefield, raining stolen biomass back onto Vol Secundus in boiling floods. Tyranid feeder organisms died in the backlash. Iron Warriors. Recovery engines moved in behind the firestorm, dragging the remains toward the refineries before the swarm could reclaim them. At Refinery Crucible 7, Warpsmith Drex completed the first stable batch. He stood before the vat with his armor scorched, one mechadendrite missing, and his vox mask cracked down the jaw. Around him, slave crews had been worked past collapse. Those still living were chained upright to their stations. Those dead had been fed into the mixture. Hunter servitors stirred the mass with black iron paddles. Demon cages hung over the vat, each one leaking sparks of trapped hatred into the slurry. Tyranid reclamation organisms writhed inside the fluid, their instincts broken by warp-reactive slag, powdered adamantium, corpse starch, and binding sigils cut into the walls of the furnace. The result rose from the vat in a dark sheet, It was alive enough to heal, dead enough to obey, tainted enough that the hive mind recoiled from reclaiming it. Drex cut it with a blade. It screamed, sealed, and hardened around the wound. He exposed it to feeder organisms. They bit once, convulsed, and burned from within. He struck it with a hammer. It dented, flexed, and slowly restored its shape. He pressed a slave's hand against it. The wall swallowed the flesh to the wrist, then stopped when Drex spoke the command phrase. He sent the report to the high command feed. Material stable. Perturabo watched the sample rotate in the hololith. Morn stood nearby, wounded but upright, his damaged shoulder sealed beneath crude field plating. Drex continued. It accepts reinforcement. It rejects reclamation. It remembers shape. It can be grown along load-bearing geometry. It screams when cut, but remains compliant. Classification, Perturabo said. Drex lowered his head. Bioferric citadel matter, first viable grade. Perturabo considered it for less than a breath. Accepted. No praise followed. No miracle was named. No rite was declared. The abomination had become a material. That was enough. Morn led the final ground counteroffensive through oceans of chitin. It was not a victory march. There were no banners snapping cleanly in the wind, no hymns, no shining armor, no heroic charge across open ground. It was a corpse mill advancing under ash and spores, grinding forward behind bombardment, tank treads, demon engines, corrupted knights, hellbrutes, obliterators, artillery crawlers, and slave legions driven ahead with shock whips and detonator collars. The Iron Warriors moved in layers. Artillery crawlers crawled first, laying down rolling fire across the digestion plains. Slave legions followed, carrying mines, fuel lines, wall plates, and ammunition through fields of dead gaunts. Many were eaten, many exploded, many were shot in the back for slowing. Behind them came the true advance, Iron Warriors squads firing from behind armored shields, havocs clearing synapse beasts, predators and vindicators crushing lesser organisms beneath their treads, defilers climbing over ruins, forge fiends burning through Tyranid knots with plasma, and corrupted knights striding through the smoke like broken idols of iron war. Hellbrute Varnak Threx held the right of the advance. His sarcophagus vox emitted a constant growl of pain and static. He smashed through gaunt broods, tore a warrior apart with one fist, and fired his multi-melter into a carnifex until its chest collapsed inward and boiled. At one point, a swarm of rippers climbed his legs and chewed through exposed cabling. He waded into a trench fire and burned them off, along with 3 slave squads and an Iron Warriors ammunition team. I was not dismissed, he repeated once, though no one had asked him to speak. Obliterators walked at the center, their bodies blooming weapons in answer to each new resistance. When Tyranids came with thick carapaces, the Obliterators produced melter. When the air filled with spores, they produced flamers and chem throwers. When warriors formed a synaptic wedge, they unfolded plasma cannons from their shoulders and erased the formation in bursts of blue-white fury. The Tyranids adapted. The Obliterators mutated. Both sides paid for each answer in meat. The last Neurotyrant node waited inside the ruins of the primary Forge Temple. The temple had become a living command wound. Its Gothic arches were wrapped in nerve cords. Its altar had been swallowed by a pulsing synaptic mass. Brain tissue, spread across the floor in wet sheets, joined to chitin pillars and capillary roots. Zoanthropes hovered above the broken nave. Neurogaunts clustered around the central node, trembling as command passed through them. Tyranid warriors stood among the remains of machine saints, bone zords raised beneath statues whose faces had melted from acid and heat. Morn ordered no speech before the assault. He simply marked the target. The Iron Warriors fired. The Forged Temple disappeared behind shells, plasma, flame, and iron. Terminators breached through the side walls. Hellbrutes entered through the front in a storm of masonry and bodies. Drex sent demon iron parasites crawling through the floor. Obliterators saturated the synaptic mass until its outer membranes burst. The neurotyrant lashed back, a psychic pressure wave that flattened mortal auxiliaries, burst servitor skulls, and made even veteran legionaries stagger. Morn walked through it. His shoulder wound reopened. Blood ran down his side. He ignored it. A Tyranid warrior came for him through the smoke. He shot its knee apart, stepped inside its reach, and drove his power fist through its skull ridge. Its body fell twitching against the remains of the altar. Drex's parasites reached the neurotyrant's crown. Threx reached its lower body. The Hellbrute seized the node in both fists and held it while it tried to peel his sarcophagus open with psychic force and talons. Armor screamed. The ruined man inside screamed louder. Drex's parasites drilled deep. Morn gave the fire order. Every gun in the nave that could still fire emptied into the neurotyrant. It died as a collapse in thought. The shadow did not vanish, but the local pressure buckled. Thousands of lesser Tyranids lost synapse in the same instant. Gaunts that had been moving in formation became feral predators. Some fled into walls. Some turned on the nearest living thing, Xenos or slave or iron warrior alike. Rippers boiled in confused circles. Gargoyle flocks broke apart overhead and crashed into spires. Warriors still linked to distant nodes tried to restore control, but the Iron Warriors killed them before the pattern could rebuild. The 4th Legion wasted no time. They gunned the feral broods down. They crushed them under treads. They drove them into still burning digestion trenches with flamers and shock mines. The last organized Tyranid resistance on the surface became pockets of animal fury, then corpse piles, then material. Perturabo stood before the half-built anchor of the infinite citadel as the void war burned above him. It rose from the heart of Vol Secundus in layers of blasphemy and function. Iron ribs from imperial sanctums, Tyranid biomass hardened into bioferric citadel matter. Demon slag fused into reinforcement seams, plasma vault conduits redirected into furnace arteries, void shield anchors locked into new geometry, the compacted dead of billions pressed into the foundations, not as memorial, but as load. Its walls were black and red and wetly alive beneath adamantium skins. Its towers did not reach for heaven. They aimed at orbit like guns. It was hideous. It was functional. It had no mercy in it at all. The world was held, but it was no longer a world. Its oceans were poison. Its ash storms carried spores, metal dust, and the powdered remains of entire populations. Its hives were hollowed shells. Their underworks collapsed, their upper spires converted into gun towers or mortar farms. Its forged temples were butchered and repurposed. Its remaining population existed as wall matter, corpse starch, slave stock, or screaming data trapped in Iron Warriors' engines. No harvest would grow there. No child would be born there. No loyalist would reclaim it and find anything worth saving. Vol Secundus had survived by being murdered into usefulness. In orbit, the surviving Leviathan splinter fleet withdrew and fragmented. Not defeated as men use the word, not routed in panic, not broken by shame or fear. It had been denied efficient consumption. It had lost higher organisms, synaptic matter, feeder mass, and reclamation processes to an enemy that did not merely resist being eaten, but had learned to eat back in iron form. Some bioships pulled away into the dark beyond the dead moons. Others descended toward lesser wreck fields, seeking what biomass could still be taken. Others burned beneath Iron Warriors' lances, or detonated around ships Perturabo had spent as munitions. The hive mind would remember. Perturabo welcomed that. A foe that adapted could be harvested again. The final capillary tower fell at dusk, if the dimming of the poisoned sky could still be called dusk. It struck the plains outside the new citadel anchor and burst like a severed artery. Recovery engines dragged its remains into the refinery lines. Above it, the first full wall grown from Tyranid biomass locked into orbit-facing position. Its surface rippled like muscle beneath adamantium. Shield projectors sparked along its spine. Gun housings opened where no sane architect would have placed mouths. Beneath the outer plating, something alive flexed, obeyed, and hated its obedience. Morn stood below the wall with Drex and the remaining warsmiths. None spoke. Their armor bore the marks of acid, ash, psychic pressure, and victory that had cost too much to resemble triumph. Perturabo looked upon the wall. "Rename the world," he said. Morn bowed his head. "Designation?" The Lord of Iron looked through the broken Cadian gate, past the corpse fields, past the burning orbit, past the dead moons and retreating Xeno's shadows, toward the distant path of his impossible war. Citadel Node, Devourer Iron. The name entered the ledgers. The world that had been Vol Secundus ceased to exist. The wall finished locking into place with a sound like a continent clenching its teeth. Perturabo watched the new anchor turn its guns toward the void. Beyond the storm and the ruin, somewhere beyond all intervening darkness, lay terror. The Lord of Iron spoke once more. "One link forged. Continue."